Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is my esteemed call-in co-host, Ken Jennings from Kiwi Farms. How's it going, man?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Pretty well. Pretty well. I mean, I'm lying. I'm lying to you
Of course,
and the
you're a
audience.
lawyer. That's what you do.
Right. I learned that from PPP that lawyers lie. No, I'm doing well, but I've been in a bad mood for like the past hour. So I'm recovering from a bad mood. Like like a woman or what it has to do.
Would you like to talk about your feelings?
I would, Ken. Please. Please fix me. Fix me.
I don't know if I can do that one. That's gonna cost a lot extra.
Actually, I'm messing with your volume on my end just a little bit, and I turned
Okay,
it.
if you need me to up or down, let me know.
No, I think I've got you in the sweet spot now because I had you like really
Perfect.
loud and then really quiet. Discord is just dumb on balancing stuff. So anyway, uh, long story short, we can talk about my feelings a little bit. Long story short, today was a day of like rolling mini catastrophes, which this has been a theme for over a month now. And I'm sure the chat is tired of hearing about my stupid little micro problems, but they just,
Not as much as you think. It's not that bad, actually. They seem to enjoy it from my understanding.
oh, I'm glad. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, chat, for making me feel better by enjoying my pain. Um, no,
Some sadism in the chat.
it's all good. Just little things going wrong throughout the day, pushing things back, causing delays and confusion. Let me talk about one of those things that's it's a microaggression. I'm going to call it a microaggression because I now believe in microaggressions, and it's because Drexel has commit one on me. As
Oh shit.
I mentioned I think yesterday, Drexel was supposed to go to Colombia, and his Colombia trip was not able to happen due to a Colombian government rule change that didn't make it to the particular COVID test that he took. He tested negative for COVID, but there were 3 letters missing from the COVID test that apparently the Colombian government really cared about or something. I don't know. He was trying to explain it to me over text, and I was only half interested. Long story short, he didn't get to go. Well, that means he's in town and he's on vacation. So he's actually going to come out to my house tomorrow, which is fine and great, and I look forward to that. But Friday's show, I was trying to put together a big brain panel for Friday's show, but Drexel isn't a lawyer, and though I like him, the big brain shows I really want to be just a couple lawyers sitting around talking legal stuff. So the big brain panel has been rescheduled to next Friday, the 30th. Not Halloween, the day before Halloween. Tomorrow, Friday of this week, Drexel and Peacock will be on the show. So I think we're going to have a good show, a great show, but it took a little rescheduling and stuff like that. So Drexel and Peacock will be on Friday, and then Peacock and Mr. Josh and hopefully Mr. Birch, I haven't gotten full confirmation from him yet, will be on next Friday. And then I've got to talk to a couple other lawyers to see if any of them would be able to join as well. So that is what we have going on Friday. Tomorrow, Tomorrow, of course, is the 3rd presidential debate. And Ken, if we could take a minute, I would love to hear your thoughts on the debate formats, the debate strategies, whatever you got about the 2 candidates, because I see some stuff that's interesting to me, but I didn't know, as a professional multi-PhD'd psychologist,
Not even close.
psychiatrist, you know, whatever. Yeah, a therapist. As a therapist, what do you see coming through these discussions? What would you change about the format? What do you feel about the muting mics and stuff? How tell me about your feelings, Mr. Jennings.
So I don't like the format because it doesn't give you what the purpose of a debate is to me. Like when I think of a debate, I'm thinking of two people going back and forth on a subject or subjects, and
Right.
that's how you get actual answers, and that's how you can challenge someone into positions, and that's how you can change someone's position. When you're sitting there having 2 minutes of uninterrupted vomiting from your mouth of parroted lines and 17 and 0 from basically the two presidential candidates, uh, was what we're seeing, and it's not really getting you anywhere. And I'm looking forward to seeing how much abuse they give to that mute button because I expect it to be in my office the day after,
Right.
and
Yeah,
it's going to be bad.
I think so. Now of course there's some big potential revelations, like a true possible October surprise, right? And that
I
is
thought that we're having that with the Hunter Biden shit.
right, that's what I'm talking about. The Hunter Biden
Okay.
stuff. Because if this is real or if it gains any traction, it is an October surprise that will impact in some way the election. And if it gains traction and Biden still wins, then Biden was going to win by, a million miles, and that'd be
Yeah.
interesting to kind of see. But if it gains traction and Biden loses, depending by how much, it could be the difference, or it could have not mattered, and we won't really know till after election what the impacts are. But however, there's now speculation that with the muted mics, that let's say our dear moderator says, Mr. Trump, what we're here to talk about, because this is all we care about, is why you only paid $750 in taxes. And Trump says, you know what? I'll tell you, it's very simple. Congress passed laws that allowed me to. Now what I'd like to talk about is Hunter Biden and paying Uncle Joe, his own dad, his father, Uncle Joe, half of his salary, and then a bunch of hush money and payment. Like if he does that, people are thinking that he'll be muted when that happens, and so I don't know. I was kind of curious what you thought about should Trump use the debate? Because if I were Trump, like I would answer every question with 30 seconds on Hunter Biden, every question, and then a minute and a half on whatever they asked. That would be every single question. But I didn't know what your kind of opinion on that was, because I'm a dick, and maybe that's the wrong approach.
Oh no, I'm a dick as well, so that would be perfect. I would say, well, I think what Trump did with the canceling of the second debate was fucking genius, with scheduling a coinciding town hall, which pissed a lot of people off, and then they tried to cheat the numbers on TikTok for having people watching or following it to try and bump the numbers up, and they still lost.
And they got demolished.
Oh, they got fucking crushed. It wasn't even close from what I understand. And, you had the debate commission, which looked bad with it. Then you had the guy who was supposed to moderate the debate and his incident on Twitter with his so-called hacking. And then
oh wait, was that was the guy who was supposed to moderate it?
One of the debates he was supposed to moderate. I think it was the second debate.
That the guy that C-SPAN fired, right? Or suspended or whatever?
I don't remember who it was, but he was like asking, I think Scaramucci or someone for advice on how to deal with it. And then he was like, "Oh, I was hacked." And then I think within the last few days it came out. He said, "No, I wasn't hacked. I was asking for advice."
Oh God. Okay, so that guy was supposed to host the second debate. Is what
Host
people are
one
saying.
of them. I don't remember which one it was.
Well, that's what the chat is
second.
saying, and the chat is wise beyond its years.
Chat is always right. Chat is never wrong.
So I agree. Even the chat is right even when it's wrong. That's what I've learned.
As a former member of chat, I can agree with that.
So yeah, it's a big thing. What do you think about the approach of really of just hammering in on this scandal? Because I have my thoughts on it, but I'd like to hear yours. Like, should Trump
I
do
guess
that? Should he not?
it depends on how he does it. It's gonna come down to because no matter what, it's gonna be denied by the other side, and they're not gonna accept it as any of the evidence is real, and we've seen that so far. That's because Giuliani's hands on it, it's Russian disinformation, this and that, like, it's all already out there. There's this conversation and this discussion about the Hunter Biden stuff that's coming out being fake, that the dates on the files were wrong, which even I can explain why the dates on the files aren't correct. That's an easy one.
Hmm.
Or like the date modified shit. That's easy to explain for anyone who can Google literally why is my date modified different, and you'll figure it out. So they're desperate to try and shut it down. I think depending on how the moderator handles it, because from what I've heard, the moderator is very uh, not friendly to Trump, to put it nicely,
Right.
and they might abuse the button, and I think that's gonna hurt Biden more than help him. Because
Oh
if he
yeah,
starts
I think it's a
talking
disaster if they mute Trump during his time. It's the dumbest thing they can do. I hope they do it.
oh, they'll do it, I have no doubt. If now, the way I was someone had said, and I don't know if it's correct, was that for each section of the 6 segments or whatever, they get 2 minutes of uninterrupted, and then it's free for all with no mutes. That would be okay, because then you get your 2 minutes on your subject, and then you guys can go and fight it out for the next 10 minutes or whatever. So it makes sense to have maybe 2 minutes to kind of explain your policy points without interruption. But if it's gonna only be back and forth, so 2 minutes each with no interruptions, that's pointless. That's a waste of time.
If they if they do the 2 minute thing, it's gotta be the way where there's got to be a back and forth. I, frankly, I want interruptions on their 2 minutes too. And people don't realize that Joe Biden is Han Solo. Joe interrupted first in the last debate.
Now, I think someone pointed out a good point. I don't remember who I was listening to because I listened to a few different like YouTubers and shit like that, that letting Joe Biden talk for 2 minutes uninterrupted kind of benefits Trump. Because if he starts
Right.
going off the like if he starts looking like he's not being able to focus or having difficulty concentrating or talking about completely unrelated things that make no sense to be even discussed, like the color of the tickets at the counter, picking something up, like
I think
that
what they
would
should
make him look
do,
bad.
they should mute Trump and the moderator for 30 minutes. That's what they
And just
should
let
do.
Biden talk for 30 minutes.
No teleprompter, no anything. Just let Biden talk for 30 minutes. See if he can fill time for 30 minutes. Because if your president
I don't
can't
think he
fill,
could.
I don't think so either. And I think if he tried, it would be hilarious. Like, maybe not for the debate. They should just do that in general. Just put Joe in a
They
room and
won't.
say he's debating Trump. Put a cutout there. He won't know the difference. And then just say, here you go, Joe. We're going to ask you a question, and we're going to give you 2 minutes to answer. But don't give him a timer. And then just give him 30 minutes to talk. And just let the
Mm,
world watch. I think that'd be great. Oh,
that
that'd
would
be...
be good. Now, I'm mixed on whether or not Joe has uh, some form of a neurological issue, like dementia.
Yeah,
Uh, I
I don't know if he has that. What I pick up is that he's definitely old. And
yes,
it's not
this is
it's
a
not
fact.
it's not necessarily that he has a specific diagnosis. It's just that he's old and he comes across as old. Um but he may also have a diagnosis as well. Uh but sorry, I kind of stepped on you there. Sorry,
Oh no,
I'll
you're
stop
good.
Bidening you.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna talk to my manager or your manager. I'm gonna go all Karen on this.
I
Actually,
am
there's
the
a really
manager,
good
Joe. Joe, I'm the manager of the world,
Joe.
country, whatever you call it.
One of those things. There's actually a really good YouTuber, let me see if I can find him. He's, I believe, a psychologist, and he does different videos on, uh, kind of popular figures. Like, he did a video that was, like, 15 minutes long, I think, on the Joe Biden, uh, neurological issues and whether or not they're valid, and it was very well done, and I've watched a bunch of his other stuff too, and he's pretty on point with his stuff. I'll see if I can find it real quick. But he made some good points about it, like, he's under stress, it's a high-stress environment being on the campaign trail, you're moving around, it's easy to kinda have those little things where you stumble and fall with, your words or remembering where you are. So it's not necessarily a major fault, but, you know,
Well,
I wouldn't
here's
say.
my thing about it.
Oh, go ahead.
Someone was on the Twitter where all logical, reasoned, and friendly debate occurs. I saw some people discussing good old Joe.
Mhm.
And someone was saying, like his stuttering, or he gets stutters, and then the other person was like, well, lots of people stutter when they get nervous. It's kind of a common thing, and stuttering isn't a big deal. And all I'm thinking is, but it is a big deal, not because stuttering is inherently wrong or bad, or that people don't struggle with it or whatever, but most people aren't trying to be the president. And now,
This is
like,
also true.
I'm sorry, but if you look like Rosie O'Donnell, for example, I don't want you to be president. And it's nothing to do with, there might be plenty of nice people who look like Rosie O'Donnell who get along fine in their lives. Heaven help you. But they're not trying to be president. And as petty as it may be, all of those little things matter very much when you're the top job. It's like saying, well, I know some people can do some people can drive while blind or whatever, but you don't want a NASCAR driver doing it, right? Like, you don't want driving while blind's a bad example, but it's Braille on the drive-through ATMs that's getting to me. But
That is funny.
but you know what I mean? Like, there are lots of things that people get around doing just fine. But when you're aiming for the top job in some field, and you require maybe maximum performance, you can't do it. Like, some guy who has narcolepsy could be competent to be president, but if he's going to literally fall asleep in the middle of like a G20 summit, you can't have that. It doesn't work. It won't play. If he
Yeah.
collapses on stage with cataplexy every 3 months, people are going to be freaking out the whole time. So it's distracting. It doesn't work for the job. That's not saying that people with stuttering problems have are unqualified to do anything else, but it's just that I don't want them to be president. But I don't know.
Yeah, that
What?
makes a lot of sense. You want someone who, the presidential quote unquote look, which I think is not necessarily true because Trump has kind of pulled off some, for all the faults he has, and I agree there's a ton of those. He's done some kind of historic things. One
Yeah,
thing that, like, the Korea thing was uh, a very big deal in my opinion. That was a dangerous thing for him to do, but it was a very good sign of good faith, and it's helped us with those talks. And, does his behavior on Twitter kinda look shitty sometimes? Yeah, but it also gives him an outlet to the world where when the media is censoring him and not letting him speak, and, Twitter's editorializing his tweets, which I find interesting,
right.
um, that's, kinda he needs to have that outlet because you really can't communicate through the mainstream media if they're not gonna let you talk, if they're gonna
Right.
censor it or fact check you at every fucking turn.
And I think that's a
Like,
good thing. I think the media, I want a hostile media to every president. The
oh, I
problem,
agree.
yeah, the problem I think we have right now is that we have a media who's hostile to one side more than any other. But I want them to be at this hostile to every president, and I want every president to have their own messaging, and we can do that now. And I think that's a great thing to do. But of course, then you've
Mhm.
got Twitter coming out and trying to prevent that from happening further. So it's a mess. It's a mess. But um, I don't
I
know,
did
man.
find the
Oh, go ahead.
I did find the YouTuber whose, videos I've watched before. He does a lot of really good videos on psychology and mental health and stuff. His name's Doctor Todd Grand, Grande. He's good. His shit's really good. He's actually almost to 500,000 subscribers,
Oh,
so you guys might be
don't
able
go
to push
watch
him.
him then. Don't do it. Nobody with more
Hey,
subs than me. Ridiculous.
fuck that guy.
He cheated. He
But,
bought those bots.
say
Bot views.
he's been on YouTube for quite a while, if I remember correctly, because I was doing some looking for videos on like different like things on like using S I think it's what SPSS or whatever, doing like regressions and different things like that for statistical analysis, and he's got some good videos on that too. So he's pretty well rounded in his area of expertise.
Yeah. So Todd Grand, you said?
Yeah, Todd Grand. I think it's Grand or Grandy. I don't know how he pronounces it off the top of my head.
Grande. He's a big guy. Big boy. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Uh,
big
well,
boy.
yeah. If you guys are interested, check him out. You said he's been doing analysis on the debates and the candidates and stuff like that.
Not so much the debates, but he's done um like he's done he did a video a couple days ago on the Proud Boys. He's done one on Antifa, on mental health and personality. I haven't watched those ones. I'm just going through his recent videos.
All
L.
right.
Ron Hubbard,
Well,
different things like that. So
let me explain how to do this. I have put the link in the description to the Discord server, and then we are doing this on a first come first serve basis, and we actually have what a tracking system. So you move into the waiting room 1 through 3, and then the affirmative action waiting room voice channels, and we will track you as you get in there, and we will pull callers in like that. Although the first caller is reserved for Brawley, because of something else that happened. Because Ken made a promise. He wrote checks that apparently we can cash, but after that, we will be moving on through the callers as they come in, and we'll try and get through a couple of them. We're gonna try and get through as many as we can. That's the goal. I know we've been killing some time here at the beginning, but that's because I haven't really had too much time to talk to you about any of these subjects, but I thought we kind of could.
oh, no problem. Anytime you want to talk about shit, just let me know.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, okay, so yeah, you're welcome to join the call in. Here's how we do time limits and stuff on the call in. We don't really have time limits. Try to have like a story or your chat topic ready to go, and then as we get through it, we'll try and organically move people through the line. If you keep coming up with like endless topics to go through, we'll eventually just kick you out. But I prefer not to do that. Let's try and keep it natural, but also keep it short, and bear in mind that there are other people. In the waiting rooms that we want to make sure and take as many calls as we can. This is like Rush Limbaugh, Open Line Friday or whatever. The most what does he call it? The riskiest move in journalism or what in radio?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's like the riskiest move in radio, where he turns the show over to rank amateurs for whatever they want to talk about. Good old Rush.
It's an interesting concept.
Yeah.
Especially on public radio like that. It's dangerous, but
well, they
fun.
do a lot of screening on his show. He's a
yeah,
liar.
they do.
He is a liar, saying that they don't screen everything. But that's he actually doesn't say that. I'm joking. But do you realize that Jim is Rush Limbaugh? That Medicare is Rush Limbaugh. They both have the cancer. I put it together today.
Oh God,
I was like,
that makes so much sense.
That's what happened. Rush Limbaugh gets cancer. Jim gets cancer. Jim is Rush. That's just his troll account.
Maybe Jim is Rush is in the band.
Could be.
The affirmative action waiting room is full.
Listen, and if you think that one's moving to the front, we got words.
The fuck, yo.
Okay. There are a couple chats to read right away, and let's do those. Oh yeah, someone asked about the movie tonight on Twitch. There will be a movie. It is Bride of Reanimator. Bride of Reanimator is the movie on Twitch that we will be doing, and yeah, so that's that. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta check the order room here. The bot did it. The bot did it. Bot figured it out.
That was the fun setting up.
So, way to go, by the way, figuring that out, because I had no. So let me read the chats, then we'll bring Brawley on, and then we'll get moving through the show. So, M.
Sounds good.
M sent this chat 7 hours ago. He says, Drex is rather depressing. The United States of America will never collapse. I encourage every man to take the white pill. Whoa. Put everything into strengthening yourself and loved ones. It looks bad now, but you must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. God bless. So some encouragement from M on that. What do you think about that, Ken? Do you think we're headed for a collapse?
In general?
I don't know. Take it how you want it.
I think that post-election is going to be probably one of the most dangerous parts in this country's history. It's going to be either the solidification of the union or it's going to be the dissolving of the republic over time. And it scares the shit out of me because I actually like this country.
Yeah, I think it'll be a tense time unless it's a blowout.
I don't even think that matters.
You don't think so? So is this because a blowout? We're just going to be waiting for like a Nixon revelation, right?
Well, we're going to be waiting for uncounted ballots in Florida to start showing up days because
Pennsylvania,
I think 3 days. Pennsylvania is going to be 3 days after the election. Thank you, Roberts.
Yeah.
For that one.
Wasn't that a 4-4? I heard that was a 4-4 split.
It was a 4-4 split, from my understanding.
And that means that Roberts jumped ship. He's like, oh my God, Ruth would have voted against this. I better help. What a simp.
It's a perfect example of why we need 9 justices for an election. Because the last thing we need is a circuit court ruling standing a presidential election. Sorry, it's not okay. What happens if the first filing's on the 9th Circuit or in another circuit that's heavily biased or even biased towards Trump? It's not fair to anybody to have a circuit ruling be the standing ruling.
It's a bad plan. And just on a quick side note, guys, I listened to an interview with Clarence Thomas today while I was driving around all day. And outside of anything else, that guy's life is fascinating. And I'm gonna be listening to more, but he said some just really great things. He's an introvert. He's not good at public speaking. He doesn't like to do it. That's why he does so little speaking on the court, but a lot of writing. And one of the things he said was he was at a University of Kentucky or something like that. This is a couple years ago, and he was talking to a student there who happened to be black, and the student said this. That's how he phrased it. The student said, "I'm so tired of playing the role of being black, of being a minority, of being disenfranchised. I just want to do my stuff and not have to worry about all this stigma." Right. And I think that so adequately describes like what's going on in the country is everybody, like the race simps, we'll call them, the white knights or whatever. They're doing the same thing. They're playing the role of being white. Like some of these people are, with all their white privilege are poor or having a bad time or having trouble holding employment. Like you don't have to pretend that you have all of these advantages when you don't, just because someone said you do. And then you have very successful, black people or very successful Hispanic people having to play the... God damn it, where'd Ken? What was that?
God damn it. I was trying to organize, because people were saying they're getting kicked. I was trying to make sure no callers got kicked by assigning roles. Because I have the server set up to kick if it's a temporary permission thing.
Yeah.
So if you like go idle or whatever, or if you disconnect, it'll disconnect you from the server. It's on purpose. Keep the chat.
Get banned, chat.
But I have assigned roles to all the people in waiting rooms, so that way they don't get kicked.
Okay.
And if anyone's been kicked, send me a message, and I'll put you in a special waiting room. Waiting room.
We'll get it taken care of. But what I was saying was, he did it again. It's the absolute worst.
God damn it! I'm the worst co-host.
So what he was saying, is like, don't play the roles, and I feel like everybody's playing a role right now. people who are disenfranchised pretend like they aren't because their skin color, and people who aren't pretend like they are because of their skin color, and that's ridiculous. That was one of the great things he said. Another one, just real quick, was one of his students, as he's, mind you, teaching law school to law students, and one of the students said, this is back a couple years ago, they said, well, how are we going to approach things now that we're in an economic downturn? And he's like, do you have, I think his quote was like, do you have a cell phone? Do you have a car? Do you have a television? Do you have air conditioning? What economic downturn how is it affecting you? Like, really? It's like none of you are anywhere near poverty, not even close. And then, he talked about how he grew up in a house with no books because everybody around him was illiterate. And then he also had no running water, no electricity in the house where he grew up because he was actually poor in a racially segregated America. And to hear these people talk about like an economic downturn as if being at a law school, like you're really impacted in any meaningful way by economic downturn over more than some inconveniences. It's just kind of a baffling concept, and we've gotten that way. And I'm not trying to minimize. There are people who really are, struggling with job losses and stuff like that. But we forget like how cushy we have it. So anyway, y'all should check out some stuff by Clarence Thomas because he's just a fascinating guy. With that, oh yeah, rest of the chat. Kiwi Goes Live says, oh, so you think the latte and gayness is your ally, but you merely adopted being late and gay. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't learn about punctuality and heterosexuality until I was an adult. Bob the Troll King says, Ken, always a pleasure. Rackets, I have a favor to ask.
Thank you.
Can you say grats on 31? Ding. I'll ask you to say grats on 32 next year. Deal. Yeah. Hey, Bob the Troll King, grats on 31. Ding. Is that dinging? Like, did you play EverQuest? Is that what's going on? Big Red Bear says, I hate to super chat over it, but I got kicked from the Discord server for some reason, along with others. I seem to have lost my spot in the waiting room.
Okay, whoever lost a spot, send me a message. Please do it on good faith, obviously, and I'll throw you in the waiting room. You'll still have your spot because the bot keeps the list in order, and we'll pull you in once we find you.
Yeah, Big Red Bear, make sure you tell Ken Jennings what your username in the oh, it's the Big Red Bear. Got it. Okay. We see you. You're actually fourth in line. So we still have that information. We have the technology.
If you were disconnected from one of the waiting rooms, join the general chat and send me the general chat voice channel and send me a DM so that I can drag you into a waiting room. Yeah. If you're not in a voice channel, I can't drag you into one, is the problem.
All right, so I'm bringing on Brawley. I'm going to do that right now.
Awesome. Welcome, Brawley.
What? Okay, I have
him. You should be able to just bring him in now and not have to change his role. That's the wrong one.
Get back out of here, Pickle. God damn it, Pickle.
Fucking Pickle.
Hey, yo, Brawley. You're going to have to unmute yourself. Or wait, do I have to unmute you? Yeah, I do. Out of there. Brawley, you with me? Do I have to give him a role? I thought you gave him roles.
I thought I changed it. Here, I'll add the role real quick.
Brawley,
he should.
There we
go. I can talk now.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not so much. How you guys doing tonight?
I mean, it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, I can feel that. I know exactly what you mean. I'm just happy I'm celebrating. Got my new job and just enjoying the stream so far.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you got a new job. Congratulations. I'm happy to hear that.
I'm making more and I got better benefits, and I'll be able to go to school and get my degree.
Set yourself free with National American University.
Pretty much.
Sweet. So what do you what are you calling in for today?
Just to shoot the shit for a minute or two, like talk about maybe some Warhammer.
Sure. What do you want to talk about?
How Sanguinius is probably one of the best Primarchs.
Everybody says that, though. Even his gay brothers say that. I don't know, man.
Sanguinius is one of the best primaries, though, in all honesty.
Make your case for him.
Well, let's see. For the Siege of Terra, he was on the front lines, fought a major demon. Then he went toe-to-toe with Horus. Even though he was killed, that was only because Horus had the powers of chaos. If he didn't have the powers of chaos, Sanguinius would have won that fight between him and Horus.
Oh, yeah. No, we're not pulling this woulda, coulda crap. Politicians do that all the time. Oh, yeah,
No,
we would add 2 million COVID
fact.
deaths.
It's a logistical fact.
I don't know.
Because Sanguinius was a better fighter.
He was at Siege of Terra because his other brothers had something that he didn't, and that was called initiative. Russ brought the fight right to Horus. He's like, I'm going to go punch that guy in the dick. Sanguinius like, oh, no, I got to stay around the castle. Like Dorn.
And then when he got beamed aboard, he was the first one to fight his way to the bridge to fight Horus. So he did take initiative.
That's only because he didn't wait around for backup. He should have waited for Big Daddy E. He should have gone and located with his brother. I think Sanguinius is the worst Primarch based on your argument.
No, you're wrong.
I know I'm wrong because Lorgar exists.
Yeah. And he's the one that diddled. No, I'm not going to go there.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Lorgar's the Funimation voice actor. No!
Whoa. Oh boy. Anyways, like I said, I just wanted to shoot the shit, and I wanted to see if you wanted to come on my stream so we could play some Warhammer sometime.
Yeah, I do. You know what? So part of the reason my day has been so hectic is I'm trying to arrange for some assistance with things that Lady Rackets and I need to take care of, but don't have time to do. That's just eating up our days. So I'm hoping to actually free up a considerable amount of time in the very near future, and included in that is I want to add some daytime streams. Because nice. I know there's a lot of people who would like to watch live, but the schedule of this nighttime stuff doesn't work. So I'm talking like midday, noon, 1, 2 in the afternoon, that type of area. I haven't figured it out. Haven't figured out what days, but yeah.
We could do your therapy sessions on the afternoon.
Yes, we should. Yeah. Oh yeah, we talked about doing that, but that was going to be Patreon exclusive therapy with
we could do something different. Maybe if you're interested, of course. Obviously, your shit. I don't know what would be interesting. Maybe if chat has any ideas, or
yeah, I was
maybe
thinking,
mental health
guys,
or something related to this stuff.
We'll have Ken Jennings fix me.
I don't think that's doable. I'm about to bill you at my higher rate.
Oh boy, that's what, like 150 an hour, Ken?
I will trade sexual favors in complete violation of my ethics for therapy, though.
What if it's sexual favors with someone else for my therapy?
Depends on who you're trading.
Like, what if it's not up to me? What if a random person comes up to you and says, Mr. Ken Jennings, I will do all of the dirty stuff so long as it pays for Rakeda Law's therapy. How's that? Like,
Nick, I got one better for you. What if it was the hookers that Russell Greer tried to pay for?
Sold.
Yeah, Kiara or whatever her fake name was.
Yeah,
I got to get approval through my wife.
Exactly, Kiara, the one who Russell didn't have to file.
What if she included your wife? Then it's fine.
Probably, maybe. Yeah. I'll have to talk to her about that, though. I have to get that approval first.
All right. Well, we'll figure that out. All right. So, okay, Brawley, do you have anything else, buddy?
No, not really. Like I said, just wanted to see what's up and invite you to the stream and possibly show my stream a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Where?
Because I'm trying to get a partner and show that I'm better than Maddox as well.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that you exist, and that makes you better than Maddox. But yeah, shill your stream. Where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitch at AO Brawley. I'll type it in the chat real quick. And I play a lot of games. I play Warhammer. I play Star Wars. Anything you guys like, just let me know. I'll play it.
Sounds good, man.
And that's really it.
Well, guys, check it out. Check out Brawley, and yeah, sometimes he and I play some Warhammer stuff, and it's
We
always a good
boomer the
time.
shit out of it too.
Yeah, that's okay. You keep me alive in Deathwing, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm a better apothecary than Wyatt.
Oh, poor Wyatt. All right, man, get out of here. Get out of here. We got to bring in the next person.
All right, have a great night, guys.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Peace.
Have a good one.
All right, so next we've got Chia's Pet. Chia's Pet. Sounds good. Chia's Pet. Let's bring.
Chia.
I swear, the automatic. I don't. Okay, Chia's Pet. I think you have to unmute yourself too. It's weird. Is
that working?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh, okay. Let me mute the stream first. Yeah, I was gonna ask you, or at least a fun legal question. Oh wait, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh wait, never mind. Now I can. Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say my voice is a clarion call in the darkness.
Yeah, I think it's something with the stream being muted. It's confusing, but I was gonna ask you, since I mean, or for at least like the election, if it were to go to the Supreme Court, what do you think the argument would be to, I guess, like for Trump to win it?
It really depends on what issue's going to the Supreme Court. If we have an issue of, I think a likely issue is we have X amount of absentee ballots that were found after some given date. Should they be counted? Should they not be counted? Something like that. And then, it depends on who they favor, and what the argument is going to be is it constitutional to deprive someone of a vote based on the circumstance of coronavirus, these absentee or mail-in ballots, were they postage stamped at the appropriate time? Should they be counted if there was an administrative issue where they were mislocated or something like that? It's really going to depend on the question, I think, before we can know what the argument would be. But the argument will simply just be tailored around what the situation is. If suddenly 80% of 5,000 missing absentee ballots in a Florida county come in for Joe Biden, the question will be, should these be counted if it's, let's say it's 7 days after the election is over, and so that's beyond like the 3-day extension that they're getting. So, but if they were postmarked or turned in at the appropriate time, can we then disregard a vote? Is there some place where the vote cuts off? Those are the questions that I think they're going to have to ask, and they're tough questions.
Because I'm from Texas, and we've had a couple of stories already where you have like a couple of guys that go around with like fake driver's license getting caught. I think we have a couple like people getting arrested doing that.
Right.
And considering how, I mean, I've been hearing that a lot of, oh yeah, once it goes to Supreme Court, automatically it's going to go to Trump. No one really kind of just explains it. It's kind of just a thing. Like, I'm just trying to think of how will any of these things, like, if that's kind of just happening here because my state's looking at it, what about every other state?
Here's the scary thing. Everybody's assuming it's going to go to Trump because they're assuming the constitutional question will be easy and based on, I hate to word it this way because I think it's kind of unfair, but it's based on the idea that trickery is required for Joe Biden to win. Does that make sense? Like, oh, if it goes to Supreme Court, it's going to go to Trump. It's like, well, that then assumes one of two things: that the Supreme Court will literally vote politically rather than look at whatever issue it is, or that whatever sudden issue comes up is going to be something that has to be argued in Biden's favor. Like, no one seems to be considering, and this is mind-blowing to me, no one seems to be considering the possibility that Joe Biden is ahead and Trump finds 100,000 ballots across different states that flip those states, right? Like, that's not on anyone's mind. Everybody thinks it's going to be the opposite. And to me, that's the most telling part of the equation, is that everybody assumes that any shady stuff is going to come from Biden's camp, which is weird to me. But that's the
Well,
narrative that's set up.
you have that one story in California where it was that the Republicans were using ballot harvesting to their favor by setting up ballot harvest drop boxes.
Yeah. And you know, like reading through it, I'm not so sure those boxes were illegal. I think they're wrong. I think ballot harvesting is a travesty, but I don't think they were illegal under the law as it's written. Maybe there's some interpretive rulings, but it was but yeah, at the same time, the Republicans had all decried the act of ballot harvesting done in California, but then they had a pretty good public relations argument anyway. They said, "Yeah, well, we couldn't stop you from doing it, so we're doing it now." And it's like, we're not hypocrites, we just changed our minds. Which is, you know, that happens. If the other side if you say only passing plays are good, and the other side runs you over all the time with running plays, and then you switch to doing running plays and win the game, like, are you a hypocrite because you said passing plays were good, or did you change your mind?
No, yeah, that's something that I've just been noticing myself too. And then I guess I do have another question too. Would be, so like, let's say if Biden does win, I'm not sure if you saw his wonderful gun control plans and everything. But
oh God, no, I haven't. I'm sure they're great and not draconian at all. But can you give me a summary?
okay, yeah, ghost guns would be illegal, so no more building your guns. Any sort of kit parts would be considered banned. Ammo sales online would be banned. Pretty much any sort of gun accessories would be banned. What else would I think? You could also say, yeah, just like gun auction sites like Gunbroker, and then the whole, or basically assault weapons bans. If I could describe it in a very simple way, I would just say, think of like California's laws, but federally.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's what I want.
God damn.
Nothing I want
3D
more
printer
than
go burr.
Yeah, nothing I want more than California law.
He mentioned the 3D printers as well. That one has also been
Oh.
mentioned as well.
I cannot wait till my printer arrives.
So that was something I was wondering too, where it would be like, how could you enforce that? Because couldn't you use like a free speech argument in that this is kind of a file, someone made this, and like it's just being distributed like that?
I actually know about this because I've been following the 3D printed gun stuff for a while. There's been, and Nick can probably back me up on this. Um, there's been multiple rulings, I believe, on computer code being free speech and being protected by the First Amendment. So there's a pretty strong argument that um, the like G code and the stuff that makes that this basically the assembly instructions for the 3D printer would be considered free speech. They're not, because right now you can buy T-shirts with the code printed on it that you could type in on your own. Can you ban a T-shirt that has the code on it? Could you ban a sticker that you can scan that has the code in it that you can then just change to a file extension? Um, there's a whole bunch of interesting arguments on that. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
Yeah, no. That's fine. You kind of nailed it. Yeah, the questions over is code speech, and then I think code is speech. The hard part is arguing, like, is a technical description or a technical drawing speech? Is that expression? And it seems like it should be yes, but some people have contended no. That's kind of the counter argument, is like, it's not really an expressive form of speech. It's just a schematic, right? Like it's just a measurements, but it's put into either code or into a rendered picture. And those measurements aren't artistic in any way. It's just a function of something. And if you think about it like that, there is merit to that argument. Like, if I go and I just measure a table that's 36 inches by 48 inches with 3 inches thick and has 4 legs, and I put that into a schematic, that's not really expressive. But in the common sense of expressive, right? Like that's just basic. But I think it should be, because just because it's a basic expression doesn't mean it shouldn't be protected, in my opinion. But there are lots of rulings that code is protected speech, and is expressive. So it's really going to hinge on whether or not, if they get to this question, I'm hoping they never need to get to it, because I'm hoping they just decide that, oh yeah, well, you can just go ahead and distribute this stuff, because why the hell can't you? Right now, these are just files, and it requires a separate act to make it a crime. Like, I can download a thing on making a nuclear weapon. Like, I can get a how-to guide. Hell, I can even own most of the materials. But it's
not hard to make, actually.
Once I do it, and I'm in possession of an illegal thing, that's the act. And so I think that's what they need to do, is to do that for the 3D printed guns and stuff like that. But if they try to keep it illegal, and there are certainly attorneys general who are trying to do that, if they try and keep it illegal, they're going to have to eventually get to the question of, is this expressive or not? And the interesting thing is, Defense Distributed has 2 cases now going on this, one up in the 9th Circuit and one in the 5th down in Texas. So they've got 2 circuits. It has the potential to create an immediate circuit split, which would then have to be resolved by combining the 2 cases in the Supreme Court. And it's interesting that it worked out that they'll have both of those cases running parallel. So we'll see, or we won't. If they come to the right conclusion, we'll never see. That's what I hope.
Yeah, because that's my fear. Is I guess the whole thing about it just being a ghost gun and such a nebulous term that, I mean, I feel like if you can ban pretty much 80% lowers, you'll probably go the same route for 3D printers. No matter, you can try your best to argue it, but I feel like it's just gonna, if they ban those, it's just gonna go the same way. And I'm an idiot who didn't buy an AR ahead of time.
We need to ban 0% lowers.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sorry, guys.
Those are the dangerous ones.
I am fiddling with volumes and stuff, trying to level it out. But I think I've got it now. But I'm also trying to just get on the mic better. But the problem is, if you ban 80% lowers, then you make a 60% lower, right? Then eventually you make a 30% lower. Then it's just a block of metal. Then what are they going to do? Eventually they're going to ban steel. If I'm not mistaken, the Ghost Gunner 3, the CNC printer that they have, you actually just put in a block of steel or whatever, and then it mills it out entirely. It's not even like an 80%. It's just a block of steel of a given size. You got the 3 dimensions, and it does all of the work for you. So hopefully, as was Cody Wilson's kind of vision for all this, was to make gun control laws obsolete through technology, make it to where it's unregulatable, and that's probably how it should be. And so
we're at that point now,
right? And what they'll have to do is they'll have to regulate possession of these things, and then they'll have to regulate major manufacturers. This is what they do with home stuff, right? If you get an electrician to come out to your house, he has to be certified and he has to follow various regulations. If you rewire your own house, I mean, it's going to be harder to sell, but you can do it. They can't make you undo it in a lot of states if you do your own work, just because it's unlicensed. Now, if you have to have a specific permit on something, it's a little bit different, but it's not a perfect analogy, but it is an analogy where professionals are regulated in one way, you doing it yourself, it's harder to, they just can't do it. The regulation becomes impracticable. But
yeah, I just don't see how gun manufacturers are going to be able to make as much money anymore if that stuff goes through, just because of, gun kits and then just selling guns online. I just don't see any way.
I don't care if they ever make another dime.
Honestly, Project Low Point, which is a 3D printed high point C9 or C380, is now the cheapest gun you can get, because it is effectively, I think, less than $1 worth of PLA plus and about a $30 parts kit. So you have a $30 handgun now, roughly.
It's a high point too. I heard that's Spectre's favorite gun. Spectre from my Discord.
I have a high point. High points are not as bad as people make them out to be. If it, for some reason, you run out of ammo or it fails to fire, you can bludgeon them to death with it.
Spectre loves them. He thinks they're the best guns that exist, so I trust him. No, but Spectre. my just to the brief point of how gun manufacturers are going to make money. I don't care about any company making money at all, any specific one. I think we've got to get away from that idea. Like the NRA is very much like, oh, we gotta protect gun manufacturers. I don't care about the manufacturer of the gun. I care about my right to possess, to keep and bear arms. If I can make it, if gun manufacturers turn into Defense Distributed or the one you just mentioned, Ken, and other companies where it's just a take-home kit, I don't care. Like, that doesn't bother me. Hey, let's do that. You want a 7-day waiting period on guns? Make them all printed. So you have to buy a machine, take it home, and print it. Like, there's no way you're getting that done on the day you buy it. You have to. Hell, you probably have to order the printer, get it delivered to your house. There's your cooldown period right there. 3D printed guns for everybody, built-in cooldown period, and everybody can piss off. That's my theory.
That would be ideal. And honestly, if I can get a 3D printer, if only they can go down in price, I would definitely do that.
You can get a Creality Ender 3, which is around $200. You can get them for less than $200, and that is the perfect platform for doing 3D printed AR lowers. You can build the FGC9, which is the Fuck Gun Control 9. It's a 9mm handgun that can be built in any Western European nation. It uses all parts that are not regulated. The barrel is machined through electrochemical machining in a bucket. You 3D print the parts. Yeah, you 3D print the parts you need to do the ECM, and you basically do it in a bucket. And you can make your barrel with a rifle barrel in a bucket. It's fucking cool.
Now I'm getting a little heat from the chat, and I am mildly offended. No, guys, I didn't say that today that's what would happen. I'm talking about over time. I want to get to that point where all of this becomes meaningless, where all of these laws and regulations become meaningless, and that's not today. We're not there. Like, although I do think the idea of like 3D printers being inaccessibly expensive is a little silly. Because I'm pretty sure they're cheaper than an AR, right? Aren't they? Am I crazy?
Yes. Definitely now.
Yeah, because
they're $200 for the ones you need to print. The guys from Deterrence Dispense to do, they've designed multiple different variations. Like the FGC9 was created by a couple guys from Deterrence Dispensed, and it's open source. It's free. You don't have to pay for the designs. You can download it. You can print it. There's instructions that are step by step on exactly how to make it. It's made to be simple. There's the Plastikov, which is a plastic AK-47. There's a bunch of different variations, and the guys designing it are at the forefront of weapons manufacturing with FDM printing, basically.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, I bought my AR back after Newtown, I think it was, and it cost way more than a current 3D printer does. It was either $1,200 or $1,500, I think. Because of course I bought it during a scare when everybody thought they were going to be banned, so price might have been a little higher. But I know you can buy them cheaper, and obviously a 3D printed gun currently is not as good as a manufactured AR. But I want to get to the point where these things happen, and I really don't care if it's Remington selling me a gun or Winchester or Defense Distributed. Like, I don't care who does it. I think the market will correct that eventually, is my main point. But anyway, Chiaz, do you have anything else you want to talk about, buddy?
No, yeah, that was pretty much it. I would definitely, though, recommend you look through the Biden plan, just because there's definitely more to it. I think one of my favorite was shotgun shells being regulated to kill a certain amount of birds. So why don't we do that with bullets? Yeah, it's about as retarded as I just described it.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever.
It would definitely be a fun read for another stream, but I think that's pretty much it. I'll let the rest of the waiting room get a chance as well. But it was nice talking to you, Nick.
Look, Biden he can't regulate shotgun. Well, he can regulate shotgun shells because he says that the best self-defense is to get a shotgun and just rack the slide, and that's all you need to do. That's what you need to. They'll go running after that, right? No,
you fire 2 shots through the door. That's what he said.
Oh yeah,
2 shots through the
scare
door.
them just off.
That's
Fire
what
tube blast through
Breonna.
the door.
Somebody needs to point out that that's what Breonna Taylor did. Breonna Taylor just followed Joe Biden's advice, and now she's dead. Good job.
Absolute
Good job, Joe
Lord.
Biden.
It's all Joe Biden's fault.
Shoot him in the leg. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that always works. That's
Yeah,
what you're supposed to do.
but I'll let you guys kick me. I don't really know how to leave this.
Okay, get out of here, buddy. We'll talk to you later. I kicked him out. I didn't even say goodbye. All right, next we've got CD-ROM 1019. I'm gonna bring him in. I think I'm getting better at all the shit I have to do.
Go ahead.
He's deafened. Undeafen yourself and unmute yourself. Oh my god.
Someone in chat corrected me that said it was fired 2 shots outside the house. So my apologies for misunderstanding.
Hey, here I am.
Hey, welcome.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Not a whole lot. I actually wasn't expecting that pull in that quickly.
Well, look, I pull in quickly all the time. I just
Yeah.
don't.
You have to pull
I just
quickly.
never pull
You
out.
only have so much time.
Here, I'll make this a little more
Hey, we know
fun.
this one.
What's going on, man?
I'll just turn this on if that's okay.
If you want,
Oh, my
it's not.
goodness.
It shows us, but it's not showing up on stream.
Oh, that's perfectly fair. Whatever. Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. What's
Not too
going
bad.
on?
A great, very many things. I just turned 30 actually, so.
Oh,
yeah.
happy birthday!
Yeah, thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
You're well on your way to death. Congratulations.
Yeah, don't remind me. I was telling all of my friends, like, I don't want to do anything. I'm intent on being miserable all day. Just leave me alone.
I saw one. That's shameful. I saw one guy who drank a bunch, got really liquored up, and then he decided to go run 30 miles on his 30th birthday.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah. Well, now he's like a super marathoner. He holds world records. That's what the power of liquor and apathy can do. Well, fuck it. I'm just going to run 30 miles. That's what he did. So when you turn 31 now you have something you have to do. Go run 31 miles.
I will take that under consideration and likely not do anything of the sort.
There you go.
I already go to the gym 4 times a week. I don't think 31 miles is in my future.
Well, maybe. You never know. You never know. So what's on your mind, man? What's the scoop?
Well, besides just, having the sun rise every day and yet not feeling any warmth, I don't know. I'm curious to know. I'm curious to get your thoughts on what turning 30 was like for you. For starters, I suppose.
God, that was so long ago. Because that was almost 9 years ago. What was happening? What year was that? That was
2011.
Yeah, 2011. I forgot. Look, I can't do math, and you know this. You know this. Let's see.
Apparently, Mr. Tech Genius, you know how to recite the OSI model from top down, and I'm calling in that one. So let's hear it, smart aleck.
What's the OSI model?
Wait,
no, damn it!
Exactly.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I was running that game. No, okay, so 30. When I turned 30, 2011, I had just moved. No, I had been living out here, I think, in this area of Minnesota. I think it was right before I would leave my last job before law school. Because I left my last job before law school, I think it was the beginning of 2012, if I'm not mistaken, that I did that. Like January, and my birthday's in December. And so it was right before that. It was a really tumultuous time. I was telecommuting to work. It was kind of going well. It was just like 3 weeks before, or 2 weeks before, 2 or 3 weeks before they decided that I could no longer telecommute. And that my whole department wouldn't be able to telecommute.
I'd say it's already a pretty tumultuous time now.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm just talking personally.
Yeah.
2011 for me was personally tumultuous. I don't think it wasn't that huge of a deal from the perspective of, like the country. We were well into Obama's first term. We were about to start his campaign for his second term in 2012. It was, which was of course a disastrous election because we picked Mitt Romney.
That wasn't great. That wasn't great from start to finish. And it sucks looking at everything in hindsight. I turned 18 just in time for Barack Obama's first election. And I wish I knew. Did
you vote Obama?
No, God,
yeah,
no.
You did.
Yes,
you did.
I voted for McCain, and even now I'm mad about that.
Yeah, well, me too.
I wish I had a little more information to go off on from the. Oh God, can you still hear me? I think my Discord just froze.
You're good. We got you.
You're good.
Ah, shoot.
Oh, he can't hear us. No!
Oh, no.
What on earth? What happened here?
I don't know. You communists, we can hear you. You voted Obama. That's the problem. God caught you in the lie.
You said you voted Obama and you voted him twice and everything's nice.
Wait, can you hear us now?
Whoa.
You hear us?
Oh, now he froze. Now he's gone.
Damn,
We're gonna
that's a delay.
We're gonna have to kick him. Maybe we can get him back in.
Well, we can leave him in and we'll pull someone else in while we wait for him to get back.
I'll pull in Big Red Bear, who's next. Big Red Bear,
Okay.
get your big red self ready. Where is he?
Ooh.
Oh, there he is. All right. Go and roll. Big Red Bear, unmute yourself.
I have unmuted myself. How are you doing?
Oh, good, man. How's it going?
It's going all right. I had all these plans. Oh, I thought I unmuted myself. Oh,
no,
wait.
you did.
I turned off the show. No. Genius.
I can hear you though. Can you hear me?
No, I know, but I had the YouTube playing in the background.
Good. I'm
Genius
glad you turned
Soviet
it off.
ideology, genius Soviet plan. Have both stream play same time.
Yes. Equal distribution. All bits go both ways.
But I had all these big plans for things I was going to talk about, but then I shot the shit in the general chat with the other people there, and I've completely lost track of what I was. Oh yes, this is the part of the brain that works. I think it's really unfortunate that I think Joe Biden's going to win because I think Joe Biden should lose.
Wait, you think he's actually going to win?
Yeah. It's not a matter of like people end up in their bubbles, right? Like,
yeah.
So a lot of people in conservative media, I've noticed this with in general, is they're disregarding a lot of the polls, which I think the polls are wrong. I don't think it's going to be a landslide where like Joe Biden like rides in on a white stallion and reaps through the fields. The issue I think is that he'll probably win by 2 or 3 points. He's not going to win Texas. I know they're saying Texas isn't playing all this bullshit. That's all propaganda.
Sure. Where do you think he wins it?
I think he's going to I think he'll clinch Pennsylvania. And even if he doesn't, Trump has a very narrow path to victory. That's a little narrower than it was last time. He's probably not going to win in as much of the Rust Belt as he did last time. And he really only needs to lose in a couple of those Rust Belt places to not clinch it. And if he loses anywhere else, just God forbid some weird thing happens in these other regions, Joe Biden has more places he can afford to lose based off of even generous polling data. Like it's just for the record, I hope he loses for the record. So
yeah. I think if you go off polling data, you have a problem with Trump has a problem if you go off polling data. But I know it's a meme, but I really don't have any faith in the polling data. Not just because of 2016, but because I think the way I look at the election and the way I look at other people I know and just our experiences, I don't see us answering polls. Like I don't see people. Like when I get a polling call
that's
now,
what skewed the 2016 polling data actually is because people either lied or they didn't answer.
I think it's worse this year than it was.
I don't know.
That's where I am. And I could be wrong. I mean, that's just my feel of it. Because, like, in 2016, I would just kind of, like, I would answer some from time to time, or I just not answer the phone. Now I actually pick up the phone and I just say, fuck you. So
that's the only answer, really. When someone calls to stump, fuck them.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know, man. I can't buy into the polling predictions, and I like the chaos of it, of not being able to trust it.
Oh,
too.
it's gonna be unless it's a landslide, it's gonna.
What happened? Why'd you mute yourself? Get your ass unmuted. No, he muted himself.
Oh,
Get
okay.
unmuted.
Oh, wait,
Big
that
Red
might have
Bear-
been my fault. God damn it.
Did you
I
mute him?
clicked the wrong button.
You
He
muted
fucking muted me. This is Amerikansky. This is Amerikansky plot. He comes in here. He goes, "I am listening to man. He from foreign country.
No.
I know exactly what this man is planning to do."
Listen, no. Vladimir told him. He's like, this man talking lies. You put him in gulag immediately. Get him out. No, not okay.
I can mute you. Or I can throw you out of a helicopter. Pick one.
But,
why not both? Why not both?
Why not?
Get the duct tape out. Just put it over the mouth. You can kick a man out of a plane with duct tape over his mouth. I think Pinochet proved that, didn't he?
Done it plenty of times before.
Well, here's what I know about the election is I'm putting together an election show. So we will have like all night election coverage. I'm a complete amateur at election coverage, so it's going to be fucking bad. What I do know is a Canadian from my Discord server is going to join me. But he actually does election work for the Conservative Party in Canada and knows a lot of Republican operatives here in the States. So he'll be helping me out. We'll probably have guest callers and stuff like that because it's going to be a long night. And the one thing I know for certain is either Cenk Uygur is going to have
a heart attack.
No,
his meltdown was beautiful for the record. During the 2016.
He's either going to murder
beautiful.
snuggle Anna Kasparian before Minecrafting himself, or I'll be the one crying. One of those two things is going to happen. Either
there might be a chance that nothing happens that night. Like, this is the really disturbing part about it is the uncertainty. Like, as weird as it sounds, also, like, what America's kind of been going through, at least from the perspective of the outside, because I'm not an American, obviously, right?
Right.
I don't travel south of the fucking border unless I've got to, mate. The thing about it is it. I don't say this to be mean or to be delusional, but it really, like, I've spent a lot of my time like looking at history and stuff. It looks a lot like the crumbling USSR to me. Like, it's not about communism or capitalism or any of that bullshit. Systems decay because of corruption, incompetence, poor leadership. A population that becomes increasingly disenfranchised or feels that they can't trust any level of authority within it. So it causes all of these external effects that begin affecting even broader parts of the society. So if you went to like Belarus in 1965, and you asked them, "Hey, do you think you should be independent from, the Soviet Union?" Most of them would be like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Right.
Why the fuck would I want that? But by 1984, they're probably sitting there going, I don't really like Moscow. Moscow kind of sucks. And, maybe I don't even really want to be part of Russia anymore. And like, you start to exaggerate these problems internally. The same thing kind of started to happen in Yugoslavia, though it is a bit different, and the history there is a bit different. And the United States is what somebody in the United States thinks is when they have American values is that they have, they think that they're kind of universal when really they've just ascribed their regional values as being American values.
Sure.
So, and I think it's becoming increasingly clear to people because of the internet, bigger media, greater political polarization, and all these other things. It kind of leads to people no longer buying into that idea. So people in Kentucky really don't think that they have a lot in common with people in New York. And the
Right.
people in New York, I'm sure, vice versa, feel the same way. So it doesn't take much to kind of set that type of scenario into motion where people just don't want to be together anymore.
Well,
Like,
we'll have to see. I don't know, man. I get the
I don't think
argument.
that it's going to collapse, for the record. I'm just
Look,
saying that
but
it
you-
looks janky, though.
You said things were broad, but is anything as broad as Michelle Obama's back? That's all I gotta know. Is
there's many
anything
Mhm.
anything as broad as that back? Look at that.
Well, I mean, you just have to go to a beach in Florida, and I'm sure you can find. You can find. It might require a bit more weight than Michelle's got on her, but oh boy, you can definitely find some. You know what? They talk about orbital bodies being in our solar system. I think there's some orbital bodies on this planet. So I mean, let's not be too cruel.
All right.
No, but thank you very much for having me on. I hope I didn't overstay my welcome or feel annoying.
You're good.
Oh,
I
you're
liked
good.
I liked the conversation. Thanks for hanging out and posing the opinion. I don't know. I'm not an election expert or anything, so I'm watching the show. But I hope y'all will watch it with me because I think we'll have a good time.
I'm going to try to. It's going to depend on work and other things like that too, right?
We'll be
But
going for
we'll see.
hours. I think you could stop in at some point anyway.
I'll see what I can do.
right,
Thanks very
man.
much, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Peace.
Hey, Nick, real quick before we jump to the next caller,
Yeah.
I posted an image in the waiting room text channel.
Why would you
That's
do that?
one of the because I am the only one who can right now. But that's one of the things I was mentioning with pictures having the specs on them. Could you outlaw that?
The do-it-yourself bottle opener.
Yes, that
Uh,
beautiful bottle opener. That's
What is-
totally not a Swift link.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know if you could, right? Like it's a design. Someone created it. I think it's a hard thing to outlaw, but that's the argument that some people are putting forth. I don't know that it's a good argument, but that is the argument. Well, this is just tech specs, so we shouldn't pay attention to it. But I saw CD-ROM was back for a second.
Yeah, he was back, and then I don't know where he went because he said he was good to go again, and then I think I don't know where he's
Well, I'll bring in Bob the Troll King. We'll keep moving, and then if we get
Okay.
him back, we do. Bob, are you undeafen yourself? What is wrong with you?
Many things.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm just here doing a show, and you have called into it, sir. Good sir. So I'm
Fair.
going to have to ask you. I'm going to have to redirect my question back to you. What's going on? What prompted the call in?
First of all, I want to say for everyone else that has a birthday today, happy birthday, because I've counted like 3 of us so far.
Nice. Happy birthdays. to all of you. I got to get this Michelle Obama picture off my fucking screen. Oh, gross.
Yeah, thankfully Discord's
Hater.
covering the stream right now, and I don't have to see that.
Yeah, so happy birthday to everybody. What else is going on?
Is this like the stream of just funny voices? Is that what it's devolved into?
I don't know. The stream is whatever you guys make it to be. This is my low effort stream where I don't do any prep. I rely on you, the chat, to bring the heat.
So you'll see, this is what the problem is with capitalism. You have one guy up on top, and he wants everyone else to do work. And he pays them very little, and he really doesn't do anything. That is why communism is so great. Everyone owns everything. No problems.
Yeah, and then everybody does all the work, and no shows get made. It's perfect.
Pretty much.
So what did you have a specific topic, or are we just doing funny voices? Like, what is the
That's pretty much all I had. I'm terribly antisocial. So
that's you and Clarence Thomas, buddy, and look how far he got. So it's fine. It's fine.
first thing I thought, it was like, who?
The Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas. Oh my God.
I know.
The only
He's the
black one.
He's the black one.
Oh, Oh
It
goodness,
was really good, but he's the black one.
he's great. He's fantastic.
He's actually fucking good.
He put a pube on a Pepsi and became famous for it. It's amazing.
Fucking goddamn it.
I mean, it is a pretty novel idea.
You know what the best
It's
part?
fucking-
You know what the best part about that is? If you listen to him publicly speak for about 2 seconds, you realize that there is no way on earth that man is doing a joke that is that that much effrontery. Like he's introverted, he's kind of meek and quiet. There's no way this man's dropping pubes on some chick's Pepsi and then making dirty jokes about it. Not happening. It's impossible. It's impossible. But well, Bob, if you don't have any questions, let's move you on and then we'll get to the next person if that's cool.
Yeah, no problem. I'll cut out of here.
Yo, thanks for calling in, man. I hope you have a good birthday. Enjoy it, and don't worry, you're only older than the last guy, so now you're definitely closer to death.
Wow. Fair.
Optimist.
There is a story where I had died. Actually, do you mind if I tell it real quick?
Wait, you literally died?
Yeah, I have a death certificate. I almost got thrown in prison over
That's
this.
awesome.
Why didn't you lead with you dying?
This is
You're
this
a
is the
fucking
shit we need
zombie.
to talk about.
Because I'm not sober? I apologize.
Okay, well
God
tell
damn
me
it.
tell me why you're tell me why you're dead.
So, when I was 2 years old, it was a complete accident. My dad ran me over with an F-250.
Oh my
God
god.
damn.
Yeah, I actually have a big scar on my neck because on the way to the hospital, there was a doctor like on the highway when it happened. He was able to pronounce me dead because he was in the ambulance with me. So he pronounced me dead. They got me back to the hospital. They revived me, but then they forgot to like revoke the death certificate.
So wait,
So
your dad ran over your neck with a truck?
well, he ran like over my torso, my body, whatever. The scar on my neck is when I was a kid and after I was in the hospital, they put this thing in my neck to like draw blood and give shots and all that.
Oh, okay.
Well, me being
You ruined my joke. Was your dad's truck named Chauvin? God damn it.
oh god.
Okay, so you have the scar from the having to do the tests and the blood draws and stuff. Okay.
Yeah. But fast forward 18 years, I had just got out of Navy boot camp. I'm in school to be like an IT tech. And it's about 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. And I get a knock on the door, and I figure it's like one of my buddies I just got drinking with.
Right.
So I answer it, and I'm in my boxers. It's my Master Chief, and then 3 suits behind him, all of them holding up badges that I didn't immediately recognize.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, "Are you so-and-so?" Because my real name's not Bob. I go, yeah. He goes, "Are you so-and-so?" Yeah, I just said that. He goes, "I have to make sure you're this person." I grabbed my underwear and I went, "That's what's stamped on my underwear, man. What do you want? What's going on?"
What?
So they bring this thing up and they go, "Yeah, you have an active death certificate in the state of California." I'm like,
they're very liberal
shit.
with how they hand out deaths over there. It's okay. It's fine.
Well, I mean,
You
at
can
least you
vote
can
there
still
now.
vote. Yeah. But so we get to talking about it, and we finally get the idea to call the hospital, but it's like 7 a.m. in Florida. So
Right.
we call the hospital. They actually have the physical record of it. They
Nice.
sent me the record. So I have my own death certificate and all that, but I got cleared up, and they're like, "Yeah, we thought you were committing fraud and trying to get into like national secrets and shit." I'm like, "No, I just want to fix computers, man.
Nice.
I'm
You're
a gamer."
You're like, no, I just wanted to fix computers and vote Democrat while not being there. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Well, I mean, that's going to happen regardless.
That's great, man. That's great. So your dad runs you over at 2 with a truck. You die. You come back to life like some sort of Lazarus. Do you have any? And you're in the Navy, or you were in the Navy at least. So you presumably don't have any like major lasting side effects, right?
Not from the death, no.
Well, but I mean, like, you didn't like lose an arm or anything.
No, the death was relatively painless and, benign, as weird as that says. But yeah, I also fell off a cliff under his care, but that's a totally different story.
Okay.
Father of the year.
What is happening? What is happening with this? How many deaths
You're doing
have you?
parenting wrong, Nick.
How many times have you died?
Only once, legally.
But I mean, when you fell off the cliff, what happened to you?
So, I broke.
Like, did you Melvin death? Like, is that what happened?
Okay, so at the time I was 13, my dad and I were hunting, and we got separated in this forest, and it was on like a plateau. We got separated, I can't find him, and again, I'm a 13-year-old with a big boy rifle. I'm scared. So somehow this bull moose like sneaks up on me. It is like 10 feet from me. So instead of doing, the logical thing and shooting it in the face and then eating it later that night,
right?
I threw the gun on the ground and started running. And then Looney Tunes off of a cliff.
That's a bad plan. Even if there's not a cliff, that's a terrible plan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Where was your
broken bones? But
where was your dad?
Back to truck drinking beer.
Oh, okay. Was that the problem with how he ran you over in the first place? I think this truck is your worst enemy.
No, according to his psychologist, he got the drinking problem because he killed his son.
Wait, was it the same truck?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he totaled that one like 2 years after he ran me over.
Okay, if it was the same truck, I was going to go to Ken for some explanations here. Like, okay.
No, if it was the same truck, I would own it.
So how old are you now?
You would keep a souvenir like that?
It's failed to kill me multiple times, yeah.
Yeah, that's the safest truck he could drive in.
Right?
That's true.
How old are you now, Bob?
31.
31. So you're a little overdue for your next death.
Yeah, you're about due.
Yeah, your dad. Like, if your dad calls you up in the next year or two and is like, "Hey, want to hang out?" You've got to say no. Like, you know what's coming.
You got to say yes.
I mean, he passed away a couple of years ago, so if he called me up, I might have a heart attack right there.
Well, but to be fair, so did you.
That would kill you. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll get up in like an hour.
Well, man, I'm sorry to hear about your dad passing, but that's a fantastic story. It's crazy. I'm surprised there was no like lasting damage. Kids are so damn resilient. It's crazy. I think God they had to make kids resilient because otherwise we would ruin them constantly.
Yeah, with how much trouble kids get into, they have to be careful.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in. That was that was a great story.
I'd say anytime, but again, antisocial.
Yeah. Well, call back sometime. Tell us about the next time that you die.
All
right, man. Have a good one. Peace.
Have a good one. I
think
CD-ROM's ready now.
Yep, he's back. CD-ROM, welcome back.
Oh, man. I am so sorry about that.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Yeah, okay. Well, let it sit for a second while I'm apologizing to you for being so unprofessional.
No.
Stop blaming the victim, Nick.
I'm the victim. It was my show he ruined.
Oh, come on, man. This is my
shouldn't have worn a skirt that short, Nick.
I was planning to say, my life's great.
Act.
I was planning to tell you my life is fantastic. I'm on Lost-splaining the Interwebs with Nick Rekieta, but I'll take that right back.
Yeah, you better rescind that right away.
Man. I guess the internet connections in the purple state of New York did not appreciate me saying, "God, no, I didn't vote for Obama."
Yeah, sure you did.
Where we left off, right?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
All right. So picking up where we left off, my honest truth, no, I did not vote for Obama. Both times I didn't vote for him. what I was getting at was saying that if I knew any of the stuff that I know now that I knew back when I turned 18, fresh for the election, I would have voted for Ralph Nader. Like screw John McCain.
Yeah, McCain, you know, thankfully is probably rotting in hell. That was rude. That was rude. He didn't make it
That
there.
was kind of bad.
He, you know, he was actually down there, but then he did some promotional videos for the devil and sent them to heaven. He's fine now. But his hands don't go above waist level anymore. So it all balances out. But yeah. So I'm sorry, but I've been drinking. Let's get to did you have a question or anything to call?
Yeah, a couple actually. I mean, nothing too major, and I won't take up too much time for anything. Actually,
Sure.
I got a fun one for you. I got a guy in Syracuse that I meet weekly because he does streams for
I think I know who you're talking about.
No, I'm pretty sure you don't. I'm not talking about SU this time, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Although you did stiff me on getting back to me about that.
I did, because I'm
Calm the fuck down.
Listen, I haven't even checked an email in forever or whatever.
Well, I mean, it wasn't about the email. I didn't send you an email about that. You and I had a nice conversation about, oh yeah, here's all the well, I did send you an email. I said like, hey,
yeah, the lies come to the front.
I think I'm like, well, no, you and I talked on the phone about it, and I was like, dude, the guys at SU want 46 separate demands. I'm like, there's a bunch of great stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, email all the information. I'm like, all right, cool, link dump incoming, and that was the last I heard.
I know. Guys, mea culpa. There was a Syracuse University story where Syracuse University was under siege. This was right around was this where those guys like got arrested for playing the penis game, but with the N-word? Which automatically, that makes it a bigger penis game automatically. And so they were doing that. They got arrested for it. I covered the story, but then I was getting some inside info from you and from another person at Syracuse University, and I meant to follow up on it, but I can't remember what happened, but I lost track of it. I lost situational awareness.
It's fine. There was a great number of things happening. I think me and the contact you're referring to actually know each other. So
right.
We're both we were kind of talking about it, and he was telling me that like the fun thing that going on now is that they appealed to the mob and they bent over backwards and this, that, and a third. So he's telling me kind of give it time until school comes in session, because there's a good chance this will probably kick back up all over again. So
COVID actually kind of dampened all of the like campus lunacy, because outside of that Austin Tong kid, by the way, Austin Tong, the New York Chinese kid who got like thrown off of campus for posting the picture with an AR, his case was immediately dismissed by New York courts.
Oh, thank God!
Wow.
No, that's not a thank God. That's terrible.
Oh wait, I have that backwards. Oh no,
yeah.
I mean, oh no, that's really bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fordham University.
Feels bad, man.
Fordham University banned him from campus for an AR-15 picture where he was standing in support of the Tiananmen Square protesters, or more appropriately, he was standing opposed to the CCP's massacre of the Tiananmen Square protesters. And so Fordham University suspended him, and he sued Fordham because he pays $50,000 a year to go to school, and they suspended him over an Instagram post that didn't even mention the university or have anything to do with it. And his case was immediately dismissed by a New York judge, but he has appealed it. I haven't followed the case as closely as I intended because other stuff is happening, but it's a mess.
Well, here's hoping for him. On the topic of SU, I'll keep tabs on the situation. I'll let you know if things evolve. Like once school's like really, really back in session for realsies this time, well, we're kind of expecting things to kick back up, but I'll have to keep tabs on that. Circling back, what I was saying was I have a guy that I meet every week for different kind of stream, and I'll get more into that later. But he's starting his own whiskey label. So
Ooh.
We're waiting. I think he's waiting for the final approval from the New York SLA. So I'll see if I can come into possession of a bottle for you.
Look, if he wants to sponsor the show and advertise his whiskey to a bunch of whiskeys, I think we could work out something very, very favorable to him.
You know, that is also a fantastic point. I will be in his presence tomorrow, and I will bring that up to him.
Let him know. Let him know. I'm cheap. I'm a cheap whore.
Okay.
A cheap whore, and I'm happy to drink whiskey on stream and tell people.
Oh, I know you are.
I like it. So.
Well, you were very happy to drink that free can of beer, thankfully too. I'm glad you partook of that can for me. 'Cause I had to ship that from my job, so.
Yeah. No, it was good. It was good. It was as good as beer gets.
Yeah. So I've heard. I don't like beer either. I don't drink very often, but
I hate it.
No, if you're interested in ever looking it up, it's called Cellarman's Folly.
And
the
whiskey?
Yes, the whiskey. His whiskey label's called Cellarman's Folly.
Well, I'm hoping he and I can have a beautiful relationship. That's what I'm hoping.
I think you guys would get along great.
Well, have him reach out to me because I would love to talk to him about it, and I would love to sample his whiskey live and tell people my thoughts and encourage them to buy it. So
yeah, I will absolutely do that. So that being said, on the topic of legitimate questions, you know from LCWs, I've been very outspoken about our dictator in chief over here. So I don't know if you keep tabs on how things have been going in New York, but I'm curious to know if I don't know if maybe I could describe any of his decisions, if you could tell me if they were an overreach of power.
Well, it's a two-part question. Is it an overreach of power? You're talking about Cuomo?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Here, I'll answer all of them immediately. Yes. But with the caveat that you're in New York, so no. But yeah, go ahead, run a couple by me, and I'll because I would like the lunacy to be shared with chat, and then we'll get to the next guy.
All right. So, I mean, my problem with all this is he's just kind of like suffocating all the local businesses.
Right.
So we had the whole full 4-part phased opening. Certain businesses weren't allowed to open up after that.
Which ones?
Well, the movie theaters, obviously. None of the movie theaters were allowed to open. They just got clearance for all those to open on Friday.
That makes sense because what I do, that's not an overreach, because when I'm at a movie theater, what I do is I go to every other person. In fact, what I try to do specifically is to sit right next to someone. And no matter how many people are in the theater, and if there isn't someone in the theater, I actually buy a ticket for a homeless person, put them down first, and then go sit next to them. I breathe in their face and put my penis in their popcorn immediately.
Wait, did you just say you're putting homeless people down? Holy shit.
Yeah, I put homeless people down. I also send them to the movies. It's
all right. Slow down there, euthanizer.
I'm nice and I'm tough, like Lou. But no. Okay, so movie theaters weren't allowed to open.
I can. All right, so I can give you some examples that are a little more closer to home. So, and this will tie into something that like I'd like to say just before you asked me to leave. But I'm a regular at a club here in Syracuse, technically the village of Salve, called Singers Karaoke Club, which, by the way, when I finally find an opportunity to bring you up to Syracuse, I am absolutely taking you and Lady Rackets to. It's a great time.
Yeah, it's well, karaoke bars are very, very interesting places, so I look forward to it.
Okay, this one's very nice. I'm buddy with the owner. She's a great lady. And it's not one of those snow club alternative clubs, so it's
look. I would pay Lady Rackets to sing karaoke, but she never wants to.
Well, do you?
I mean, it depends on how much I've had to drink.
Okay, well, there's alcohol aplenty. So here's what happened. Phase 4, everybody reopens. The owner of the bar was very cognizant of all the safety precautions she'd have to take when reopening the club, specifically for karaoke. We're talking individual microphone covers per person, around that time when the bars open, like Cuomo put out these really asinine restrictions. If you're in a bar in New York and you're going to be drinking, you absolutely have to order food.
Right.
But not chicken wings, because apparently chicken wings under Cuomo don't count as food.
What a racist.
Yeah, tell me about it. And so there's that. You can only wear you can take your mask off, but only when sitting. I guess that one's makes a little more sense.
At least they're not like California where you have to put your mask on between bites.
Yeah. Thank God for that.
So stupid.
And then about 2 weeks after that, because we were doing karaoke and we were like operating at 50% capacity. Anything that the owner of Singers could do to abide by New York rules, she was doing, and she was doing them very well. And then about 2 weeks later, and I find this hard to believe that this is pure coincidence, but coinciding with, and I'm particularly pissed about this part, coinciding with the grand opening of a new Syracuse-based barcade, like a new arcade with video game-based items, esports on the screens, and arcade cabinets in shop.
That's Keemstar in a bar, baby. Sorry, go ahead.
Cuomo's SLA shuts down all the arcade machines. No gaming, no pool, no darts, no electronic machines at the table, and no karaoke. I don't like Mr. Fun Stealer over here, you know?
Yeah, that's okay, so here's my theory. All of those things involve you touching something that someone else has touched, right? Like darts. Obviously, you got the darts. Gaming, you got the joysticks. Karaoke, you have the man's penis that's going in your mouth. All of those. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. No. Karaoke, you have the microphone. So I guess that's his reasoning behind those things, is that they're all.
I suppose, but like.
I disagree that he should be able to do that, because you could just slather all of them in Purell.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. Like the guy that operates the barcade, which is called 3 Lives, by the way, if anyone's near Syracuse, great place. The guy operating 3 Lives had like hand sanitizer at close to every arcade cab. Like everyone's working hard to take these precautions just so they can operate in business, and Cuomo's choking them the hell out.
Well, you know, Cuomo's a piece of shit. Let's get that out there. Isn't this the guy where he said it was illegal to like run your car, like to idle your car on the side of the road? But, you know, with his car, since he couldn't idle it, his limo, he had a window down. He had a portable air conditioning unit pumping cold air into his car from the fucking side of the road.
I've not heard of that story, but absolutely would not put him past him.
Oh, that might have been Michael Bloomberg, actually. That might have been Michael Bloomberg. That might have been Mayor Bloomberg.
I don't know if that makes it better.
No, but it's the same thing. No, that was a real story that like he I think it was Bloomberg, now that I'm thinking about it. Cuz I don't think Cuomo's a billionaire, right? Bloomberg's a billionaire.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
he's a billionaire and how much hatred he gets.
Right. So he's a billionaire, and he's like, "Oh, you peasants, you can't run your vehicles because that's global warming or whatever there in New York." And forgetting that New York is the subject of cruel, vicious winters and blizzards. But
jeez, yeah.
But he's like, "No, you can't do that." But then he has a portable AC unit actually blowing air into the window of his limo like a fucking cunt. There's no other way to say it. What a cunt. God, I love it. Oh my God.
What happens? I think I read something about like he's enacting all these under emergency power and endowed by some sort of office, and that power only lasts for a year or something. Is that like on a state by state level, or is that?
Yeah, it's state by state, and the interpretation of each statute is state by state. The statutes themselves are inconsistent. So, for example, in Wisconsin, they initially won and shut down the governor's orders in Wisconsin, but then on appeal, the governor ended up winning, and the governor's orders are valid. But in Michigan, Governor Whitmer, she got her ass pushed in by the Supreme Court of Wisconsin, I think, or of Michigan, and I think she just did again on a separate thing because she just basically said, well, I'll just keep reissuing them without the legislature. Fuck you. But,
well, good, because you guys deserve better.
Well, not me. I'm in Minnesota. This is Michigan.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
How dare you? Oh my God.
Wow.
I'm not supposed to be up this late. I'm sorry.
But no, it's fine. It's fine. But in Michigan, in Michigan it was 30 days. Minnesota's similar, 30 days. But what her theory was she'd keep doing it just every 30 days. But if in New York it's a year, it's how the statutes are written. It's very, very state specific, which is annoying because we won't get a Supreme Court of the United States ruling on how all of these things are just a generalized violation of our rights. It has to be individualized and specific to the state and specific to the circuit. So it'll probably never go to the Supreme Court. Yeah, go ahead.
Follow-up question I pose to you, Mr. Brilliant whiskey drinking lawyer. If it's true that he only gets a year of power, and then I guess that means he's got like 6 months or less left. If he doesn't rescind any of these orders by the end of the 6 months, like what happens? Like what can happen to him? It's
going to depend on how how the statute is written and how the courts interpret it. What many of these governors are doing is when their time expires, they just declare another emergency. Emergency's still going.
You saw what happened with Whitmer, though. The what is it? The Supreme Court in Michigan. They basically said she wasn't allowed to do that. That
right.
She can't just declare.
But that's going to be state.
Emergency.
It's going to be state specific. Now, New York, I mean,
True.
giving them a year of emergency powers, I think they're going to have to show, like, having that long of a window tells me that they're maybe going to have to show a particularized expansion and a significant continuance or new occurrence of the existing danger, right? Like, so if we've got COVID cases going down after a year, things seem to be under control. Hospitals aren't bogged down. Maybe they find it unconstitutional that he keeps going.
Yeah, that's another thing. Weren't all the shutdowns only originally to...
Whoa. I'm cutting you off. No, you cannot come on here and spread false COVID news about how we were only supposed to be shut down for 3 weeks merely to minimize the impact to hospitals. You bigot! Oh my God, get off my show! Can you believe this? Can you believe this?
Well, thank you for
fake news.
Thank you for finishing my point.
No, it was all about flattening the curve, and flattening the curve was literally meant flattening the amount of people admitted to a hospital on a day-by-day basis to deal with hospital capacity issues. It was supposed to last a couple weeks, and the general goal, this is what everybody forgets, was not to eliminate infections. It was actually to just push infections back a couple weeks for the main populace, to slow down, to make it plateau off and stay up. And so now when things plateau off and stay up, they're like, oh, more COVID cases. The United States has collective amnesia. It's called general populace amnesia. The mainstream media has played hand and fist and dildo into it, and I'm so fucking sick of it because all of this shit.
Called now?
Yeah, hand, fist, and dildo.
I was told that it was a case of everybody taking their prescribed daily dosage of screw it all.
I know it's not, though. It's not screw it all. And as evidence to the screw it all point, because that would be a good point. I would agree with you in most circumstances. But COVID has people so fucking afraid. Like, they're scared to get sick. Now, if you run in conservative circles or in really rural, right-leaning areas, nobody's scared of getting sick. But if you're just talking to people who are 40 plus in urban areas, you will find a legion of people who are terrified that they might get sick and it might be COVID.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's no longer just this. It's no longer them just like saying, "Oh, I don't give a fuck about what the media says." They're intently attuned on this issue and this issue alone to what is being said and saying, I am deathly afraid of this illness, which I think is crazy.
Bro, I'm waiting to go cast my vote in person so somebody can ask me, what's wrong with you? Why would you go cast your vote in person instead of mail? And I can look at them and go, because I'm not a pussy.
I'll be like, because I'm here to cough in your mouth. Now open up,
I have a
bitch.
thought. So I have an interesting thought experiment. So what happens if election day, election night, or in the days or two after, it looks like Biden's winning, but it's not confirmed yet? What do you think the Democrats do regarding lockdowns and restrictions? Do you think they'll ease up on them? Is to say, well, we won, we're going to do better? Or do you think they hold them in place until it's confirmed?
No, I think they hold them in place until no matter who wins. I think they hold them in place through the electoral vote in December
until the vaccine's out at minimum.
Well, you see that they're pushing that.
No,
you can't trust the FDA and all that shit now. You can't trust any vaccines.
I don't trust the fucking FDA. I absolutely don't. I remember the first swine flu vaccine. Do you guys remember that shit?
I don't.
I vaguely. Yes, actually.
They got hit with nasty lawsuits because a whole bunch of people got absolutely wrecked because they had an emergency, very fastest ever, very beautiful under Obama swine flu vaccine came out right away, and it was fucking wrong. And people got sick. There were bad side effects. It wasn't properly tested. I do not in any way trust a COVID vaccine. I don't care whose stamp is on it. There's no way. I will wait a minimum of a year before I get a COVID vaccine. I will hire a COOF survivor to lick my face before I get a COVID vaccine. Fuck that.
That's hot. But yeah. I think with the way that they've, Trump talks about what the hell is the name of it? The code name he gave it with getting this vaccine done quickly. Like warp speed or some shit.
Yeah.
Warp speed.
Yeah. And even though I don't want to say they're relaxing the standards, they're setting up the clinical trial stuff to work kind of in a speedy fashion compared to normal. So I still think, because there's been, I think, at least one or two of the potentials that they've pulled back a bit and they've had to slow down on because of side effects or things like that. So I don't know if I'd get it out the gate, but I wouldn't be completely untrustworthy of it.
I won't. I'll let him give it to all the fucking foster kids first.
I'm kind of in the middle.
Wow.
Here's a brilliant question.
You know it, Ken. You know that's what they do. That's literally, I was a foster parent. No. That's actually what they do.
Military first. Military first,
foster kids second.
I got those shots. I don't know what a couple of them were. It probably explains some of these things I don't understand going on down there. But let's not talk about that.
I don't agree with them purposefully giving all of the vaccines to foster kids. It's just what they do. Like when you take a foster kid, you take a foster kid to a doctor and they're like, oh, the state gets to say what vaccines they get. You're just the temp parent. We're going to give them all of them. All of them. Here, yellow fever, dengue fever, whatever that Africanized killer bee vaccine is, we're going to shove that in them. It's like they're not going to Kenya. Why are you giving them that? Listen, we're giving them all. Oh God. I'm getting too drunk. I'm going to start ranting about the foster care system. Fuck them.
Brilliant question for you, Nick.
Yeah, what's up?
I fucking hate this system.
Why do you think we're not making a bigger stink about pushing plasma therapy?
I don't even know what plasma therapy is, but if it isn't throwing communists into nuclear reactors, I don't even want to hear about it.
that would be fun, but no. Plasma therapy is the quote-unquote art of using plasma donated from a COVID-19 survivor to engage in antibody response in somebody who may or may not be sick with COVID.
Oh, sure. I think the problem is, I think the reason they're not doing it is because, one, these people have no idea what they're doing. If we haven't figured that out yet, that they're literally throwing darts at a board and just guessing.
Well, I figured that out days ago. Or
right.
months ago.
Right. Me too. But the reason is because there's conflicting information over reinfection rates and over the question of whether or not you're actually immune after getting this virus. Medicare was talking about this really early on. I want to say March, February or March, when he's doing videos, and he's like, look, there are reports of reinfections in Wuhan and stuff like that. They don't know what's going on, and they still don't. And if you want to know why they're not doing plasma therapy, my big question about it is, I don't think they actually know if you're immune to it once you get it.
Well, no, immune isn't the word I would use. But here's what I could tell you about it. When plasma therapy was considered, and this is months ago, probably early spring.
Yeah.
First initial test with plasma therapy, 10 out of 10 positive results. 10 like either 9 out of 10 patients or 10 out of 10 patients showed positive results after getting plasma infusion.
Right. Wow.
To be fair, SatScout said in the Discord, plasma antibody recovery is how they first learned to treat the flu. So,
you know, I mean, who knows?
Hello?
I don't know why they're not doing it. Maybe they're like, oh, but then we'll get to that point where there's like just one kid left and we have to bleed him to death to save everybody. I'm
not like a conspiracy theorist, but I do legitimately think that there are some people, particularly on the Democrat Party, that want this to be a problem as long as possible. I wouldn't put it past any of them.
Oh, I think both parties, I think more so the Democrats, but I really do think both parties wanted the coup to go through the election. I think so. I think it shields them from.
That's a hard sell for me, dog.
Nah, I'm not sold the way Trump handled it, which I think was the right way for a president to handle it for the most part. Gives him a lot of good talking points with his base. He didn't shut the country down. He didn't take your job away. He let your Democrat governor do it.
Right, and he couldn't do that anyway. That's strictly state by state responsibility.
No, let's be very clear. He could have done it. The Supreme Court might have said it was wrong.
Oh, well, okay. Touche.
And
I thought it was a good standing to have the states do it.
Look, and if FDR was in power, he would have done it. If Woodrow Wilson was in power, he would have done it. If Abraham Lincoln was in power, he would have done it.
Really? You think so?
Oh, Abraham Lincoln is a supreme authoritarian. He just gave back power at the end.
Huh.
I think Lincoln would have done it. And I think a lot of Republicans expected Trump to be Lincoln-esque in his willingness to take power and then to give it back was the hope. Trump was an overtly authoritarian, outspoken authoritarian candidate. He didn't act authoritarian in office, but his candidacy was authoritarian, law and order, federal power, federal strength. All of that stuff was prevalent in the 2016 campaign. It's why I didn't vote for him. He doesn't act that way, which is crazy to me.
So has he earned your vote, or you're not sure yet?
He's if he hasn't yet, he's very, very close.
Okay.
I'm most likely going to vote for Trump this election. I want to see Minnesota flip for Trump. I think that would be great. I don't think it will, but I want to see it happen.
Oh, I'd love to see that happen in New York, but New York City keeps stealing New York City decides the election for the state, so.
Yeah. So in chat, Lincoln arrested the media. Yeah, Lincoln was absolutely, and this is something that Glenn Beck talked about a lot when this is back in 2012 times. He was talking about how Republicans, what Beck said was he wanted a leader in 2012 who would take power but be moral enough to return it. And for all of the, Glenn Beck is a weirdo. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying but on this point, he was right. He predicted that at some point in the very near future, we would need someone to actually grab the reins of power, take them, and get the country back on track, and then turn the country back over in the way Lincoln did during the Civil War. Because just about everything Lincoln did during the Civil War was anti-constitutional. And then he gave power back. He didn't execute his enemies. He didn't go with a political blood feud the way we see African nations doing it. And that's what Beck was saying. Now, I think he's overly dramatic, but in a lot of ways he's right. And that's what I think a lot of people were looking for with Trump. Again, I don't think Trump actually had cause to do it. I think COVID could have been an opportunity, and I think he would have failed the test, but he passed it. He passed the shit test. And a bunch of Democrats lamented that he didn't take power because they wanted to hammer him on it.
Right, absolutely.
Well, yeah. It was a lose-lose for him if he didn't do it or if he did do it.
Total lack of good faith.
I think he picked the right call. I think he said,
did.
no, let the states do it. We had Democrat states destroying their economies. We had Republican states, big ones, Florida and Texas, really holding out to the last seconds to shut down their economies, and even then trying to reopen them as fast as possible. You know, Abbott's paralyzed anus hurt from shutting down Texas. Like, let's be real about that. DeSantis, same thing, shutting down Florida. You could tell they hated doing it. Whitmer,
I think DeSantis took the he recognized early on when he was starting the shutdown stuff, from what I remember, and like he said, we're prioritizing like protecting the vulnerable people versus the restrictions on everybody. So we're going to restrict the access and exposure to like senior citizens versus making everyone be forced to do nothing.
Whitmer loved it. Our governor here in Minnesota, whose name eludes me, Walz, he loved it. Gavin Newsom, they love it. Andrew Cuomo loved it. These guys loved shutting down their economies. It was the best thing they could ever do. It's everything they've wanted to do. Ride in on their fucking government white horses. Everything they've wanted their entire lives, they got to do. They loved it. You could see the red state governors did not. They didn't want to do it.
If it wasn't so sad, I would find it absolutely comical that he like Cuomo, for example, shuts down the government or the economy for 8 weeks and then has to go to a bigger port going, well, I don't know where all our money went.
Yeah.
What happened to our budget?
Well,
I want to say something else to any of my fellow New Yorkers listening to the stream. Don't let Cuomo fool you. I will not praise Andrew Cuomo for displaying the bare minimum level of competency to handle a pandemic. A level of competence. Right.
Oh, no,
I barely think he's doing that.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's done a good job. I don't think he will. And I also don't think that any politician would have done a better job.
All right, man. Well, hey, I've given you a lot of time, and we got to move through some
I
colors.
appreciate. You're right.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I don't want to overstay my welcome, so I'll excuse
good.
myself. If I could plug something.
Do it quick.
So 2 things. One, you can find me at twitch.tv/chaos control channel. I'd appreciate if you guys would come like to watch some gameplay. And Singers Karaoke Club, if you look for that on Facebook, there's a stream tomorrow of a bunch of different karaoke heads, bunch of guys that love singing, love it more than just about anything, and they'll be displaying their talents. So if you got time and want to see some people sing, maybe some of your cool songs, you'll have some fun. And I'll talk to that guy about that whiskey there, Nick.
Sounds good, buddy.
Oh, and by the way, I'll keep looking for opportunities to bring you here. If I can't find one, I'll create one myself. I'll call it Just Chatting.
Sounds good, man. All right, have a good one. Catch you later.
Have a good night, brother.
Peace. All right, Kingdom Guy 15, you're coming in. Get ready to unmute yourself, you coomer. I don't know if you're a coomer, but you are now. You're already doing it. Unmute yourself. Undeafen. Oh my God, Kingdom Guy, where are you? He's got 10 seconds. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello.
Welcome.
I'm right here.
You are here. What's up, man? What do you want to talk about?
Well, first off, let me just say, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. So let's see here. What to all talk about? I could talk about what the craziness that's been going on with that whole Vic thing, but I'm more of a, you know what? Let's just talk D&D. What's on your mind there with whole lawsuit?
Oh, the D&D lawsuit, the Wizards of the Coast lawsuit. Here,
Yeah.
Okay. I went through it on stream yesterday. I wanted to have a short video out on it today, but my day went to shit, so I'm hoping to have one out tomorrow. But here's the summary. The lawsuit appears to be well-founded. It appears to be very well drafted. It is devastating for TSR. It's devastating for the fans. Here's what I want to see happen. I'm conflicted because I want to see Wizards of the Coast. I want Wizards of the Coast to lose because they're shit. That's what I want. However, what I want more than that is I want the Dragonlance books. So I'm hoping that they actually settle. I'm hoping that they come to their senses, they settle the lawsuit, and they just make the fucking books. As Ty has said on this show, as Ty has said on this show, and as I fully agree, the best way to settle a business lawsuit is to do more business if it's possible. And in this case, it's one of the specific relief they're asking for is just enforcement of the licensing agreement. Let us write these books because they'll make $10 million plus. Everybody will buy them, and we get a continuance of the Dragonlance series, and that's what I want. I hope it happens. I don't want Wizards of the Coast to make money. I don't really care about that. I do want Dragonlance books. But if they won't do that, then fuck them. I hope they burn. 5th edition is fine. 6th edition sounds like it's going to be shit. So they can die in a fire for me.
I agree there. They have been more brain dead than what's the word I'm looking for?
AOC.
I was also gonna say more brain dead than a mind flare victim. If going off the topic of that,
that works.
I'm sad to see them in the state they're in. I really wish that they would be, I guess you say, better because they've been dropping the ball on a lot of things, and over here, it's just watching is growing sadder and sadder.
It is, man. Here's the reality, though. If they don't settle this lawsuit, or if the court rules and says, we're going to award a monetary award to the authors, but we're not going to do specific enforcement or specific performance of the license agreement, the Dragonlance novels, the second trilogy, will never, ever come out. And I think that's the worst fucking result for all of us. Because I don't know about you. Those were some of the first fantasy books I ever read. I go to thrift stores and I'm trying to find them because I want to buy them for my kid, and I don't want them on a Kindle. I want my kid to be able to hold them in his hands because I'm gay like that. I like the even though they're paperbacks, I like the feel of real books, and so I'm actually on the lookout for all of them, and I want to buy them for my oldest son because I think he'll like them. I was about his age when I started reading them. And that was my introduction to fantasy fiction. And I want that. And I want that to continue. So I really want the new ones to come out because I want to know what happens with the Magier brothers after the War of the Twins. I want to know how it goes. I want to keep, without spoilers, guys, I know about the end of the Magier, the War of the Twins. Okay. But I want to know what happens next. How's that?
Yeah, man. I feel you. Just I want this thing to be as relevant as you do. Have a hard copy as well. I mean, I have believe it or not, I have a couple of the old comics that were written, I think, between the 80s and 90s, back when the Satanic Panic was going on.
Nice. Yes.
They are screwing the pooch on this, and it doesn't help that they're part of its entryism and them just bending the knee to all this BS. I mean, if they're just going to do that, then why run it at all? I mean, I understand Hasbro owns a big chunk of it, and they're basically what's keeping it funded, but
we don't know if it's Hasbro calling the shots on this or if it was Wizards of the Coast. And a lot of people think it's the new creative director of Wizards of the Coast, the guy who was appointed, Nick something Elam, whatever his fucking name was. A lot of people think it's him specifically and that it's not Hasbro. Now, in the lawsuit, they hint that Hasbro may be involved, and they're saying that, but those are just clues, shots across the bow to Hasbro. In my opinion, those are saying to Hasbro, hey, you have the opportunity to come fucking fix this. Just do it, or we'll sue you too. I don't know that they didn't present in the lawsuit any information that Hasbro has actually been involved.
Right,
So.
right. But that does raise one question. You see all these people giving into this modern day crud and they're failing. Why do you think they keep making that same mistake over and over again? Is it just giving in fear of mob mentality, or
it's the people that they've been hiring? That's all it is. Like, think about this. I don't know what kind of job do you work in?
I in a straightforward job, retail mostly. Formerly, I
Okay.
used to be at the movie theater, but
Okay, this is fine though. You work in retail, you worked in a movie theater. Around your workplace, if someone came in and some random people off the street, or let's say you looked on Twitter and they said, you know what, the best merchandising scheme is this. This is how you actually sell products. Would you believe that person at all?
heavens no.
No, because what you do is you talk to your coworkers, you talk to your managers, you talk to your marketing team, your merchandising team. If you're in a big corporation, I don't want you to get too much into it, and you rely on their expertise, especially for your specific store, and that's what Wizards and these other companies are doing. They've just, all of the people that I just mentioned in the context of Wizards of the Coast are all woke. So when a bunch of us are out here saying, hey, we're the people who actually buy your shit, you need to listen to us on how to sell your product, they're like, no, we have our in-house team, we've analyzed this, we've done this, and they're ignoring their own biases. It's the insular in-shop thinking that goes on, and it's not like a mystery, it's just that's who they've been filling the ranks with over the past 20 years, and now we're getting the fruits of all of that, in my opinion.
It's bad juju, I tell you. I mean, if that's what they're filling it with, then let me tell you right now, I've got at least 5 guys on the East Coast here that could write circles around them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the beauty of the internet. It's shown us, and I say this in context of Comicsgate, of independent gaming and stuff like that. Outside of the license for D&D, Wizards of the Coast is nothing. They're useless. They're completely fucking worthless. There are any number of people who could write better D&D material than them, but they own the license. So we're stuck with them in that way. But as they keep ruining their own property, people get to branch out to independent creators, and they get to start buying what they like and exploring with what they like. If you like really stat heavy RPGs, you can go to Pathfinder.
Right.
You can go further than that. You can go back to Traveler. You can go in any direction you want these days. But these companies, their reckoning is coming.
I agree wholeheartedly. But what really gets me, and I just find it odd that some of the older guys, the people that I don't know, like that worked around the early time of Guy Gax's era, his kids, and just anyone who's had connections with that family haven't really spoke up about this and tried to,
Look,
fight against this.
Guys like Luke, this is my opinion. This is my opinion, and this is not a slight to Luke. Here's what you got. Luke did a module for D&D not too long ago, or whatever. They paid him for. That's his income, man. And I mean,
that's fair.
I'm sure Luke has plenty of leftover income from Gary's work and stuff like that. But this is his ability to do it. Is he going to rise up and bite the hand that feeds him? Only if he wants to make a new thing. And that's a big risk when your life is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
So I don't think we can look to like Luke, and I don't know if Gary had any other kids. I don't know that much about their family, but I don't think we can look to them to like come in and save us, because it's not going to happen. They have their thing. I don't think.
Yeah.
I got to talk to Luke very briefly at HawaiiCon, and from my impression of him over that and some other things, I don't think he's really on board with the woke shit, but at the same time, I don't think he's like the type of guy who's going to go out of his way to like champion the cause either. He's got a good thing. He's got basically a guaranteed writing credit whenever he wants with Wizards, as long as it's not too out there. That's a hard deal to pass up for a lot of people. And we might want them to do it, but we can't expect them to.
Well, you know what? That's fair. I don't want to make a martyr out of someone that doesn't want to jump to the cause. I mean, that just means that we're going to have to tough it out. Either A, tough it out, or B, and this is probably what's likely going to happen, stand up for ourselves and be creative with the whole process. Just like you said, do our own independent stuff similar to them, and
support, you know what? Support Indiegogos, support not GoFundMe. Support Indiegogos, support Kickstarters of people you like, of systems you like. Try it out. Take risks. The cool thing about now is we get to democratize the risk, right? It's not one person dumping $10 million into a project. It's a bunch of people dropping $20 into it. And that's a cool system. It's a great way for us to do it and to test it out. And the thing is, we get to democratize the losses too. We get to all say, okay, I'm out $20 rather than someone else being out $1 million. That's a good thing. And you get something, you might not like it. It's okay. Buy another one. Like when you can. Obviously, don't go above your means. But all right, man. Well, hey, we gotta move through.
I understand. I just got one last question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think you could outwit the lawyer of the D&D universe? Yes. I can
outwit whoever you want. I don't care who it is.
Just any archdevil.
Yeah, of course.
As silly as it sounds.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll probably be back, hopefully, for the next call-in. I will be watching the show tomorrow for the presidential debate. Thanks again for having me on. It's glad to be actually on your show.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna go empty the dishwasher now and then head to bed.
Sounds good, man. Have a good night.
Is that what they call it nowadays?
That's
what?
Listen, I can tell you what my dishwasher is.
Ooh.
Dish soap is stored in the balls. All right, man. Catch you later.
All right, later.
Catch you later. All right, peace.
Later. Peace.
Red pill.
Thanks again.
Yep. All right. We're going to bring on Dinosaur 57, and while he gets unmuted, I'm going to read these super chats. Bad Vibe says, at work can't call in, but with the global reach of communication today, what would your opinion be on the idea of taking defamation from civil law and making it criminal law? It is criminal law in many states. It's just really, really constricted in the same ways that civil law is, even a little further because of the extra level of proof that they need. Minnesota has criminal defamation. You can't lie to harm someone intentionally. And if you do it at the criminal level and cause them severe losses, you can actually get, fined, and you can, in theory, go to jail. Unlikely unless you're a repeat offender. And then Nova Zero says we need a rule with an emergency act where, if invoked, defaults the unseating of the governor premier. Victoria in Australia, the dude had his party in state just extended the powers. Screw these people. Sorry, quote people. Yeah, so the idea is that if you invoke the emergency powers, you're out of office. That's a good rule. Hey, Dino Roar 57, are you there? Can you hear me? Can you unmute? Oh, your server muted. Damn. There we go. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello, gamers. I'm here. All right. You can hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
You're coming
Hey,
through.
what's up? How's it going, Nick? How's it going, Ken? I just wanted to say, Nick, I've been seeing your streams for the past 2 years, and I've been following this Vic case like crazy, and I want to know, so you just did the appeals, and how long is that going to take?
It doesn't, we don't know. Technically, I believe the Second Court of Appeals releases their opinions on Thursdays. Technically, I believe they've actually already decided the case, and they're just writing their opinions on it. It could literally be tomorrow's Thursday. It could be tomorrow. Could be a week. Could be 2 weeks. We don't know. It can honestly be any time from now till 9 months from now. We won't know.
Dang.
So
shit, that kind of sucks. And also, I have two other things to say. Well, three technically. Thoughts on the lockdown protest and the Black Lives Matter protest, and how come? Well, we obviously know why people support the BLM, because it's politically correct and all that. And my question is, like, why is everyone like disobeying like social distancing guidelines as long as it's PC?
Because everybody knows that the social distancing guidelines are bullshit. That's why. And that's been the big thing with these protests, is it's at least exposed that none of these people actually believed in them. But the reality is, they're nonsense made up by people who don't actually know what they're talking about. They're guessing, and that's not a slight to them. I want to be clear on that. There's no reason they should know about a new virus and how it'll impact people. So, but the pretending that they do know, that's the real problem. But that's the result of these things. As for why they're protesting them, or why they're protesting and ignoring the rules, is just because they know that the rules are bogus. They're forced on just the idea of social control, and they believe that their cause is more important than the social control, and they have faith that their governments will back them up on it.
That kind of like leads into this other thing I want to say. Like,
Sure.
I was think like, you know, that whole like, if you say it's the Chinese virus, you're racist and all that. But and there was this one cosplayer on Twitter that was all mad, saying, "How dare you associate the virus with China and all that?" And it's like, well, where did it come from? It came from the Wuhan district.
Yeah.
You know, and then it came to me. People would rather die than agree with a bigot. What do you think?
Some people are there, yeah.
I
Like,
would
would you-
agree with that.
Like, would you believe the whole Black Lives Matter thing? And like I said before, if they do get COVID, which minorities sadly do, would you think I was right that they would rather die than be a bigot?
There's two parts to that. First, you got to remember that most of Black Lives Matter is white.
Yeah, that's true. Never mind.
Statistically speaking, most of them are white. But there's two parts of any movement. Okay, there are the diehards. Those are the people at the top. Those are the people pushing the narratives. Those are the people writing the demands and the manifestos. Those people would rather die in Black Lives Matter and Antifa. They would rather die than agree with a bigot. Sure. The overwhelming majority of people fall into the second category, though, and those are just people who go along with it because of any number of reasons. It could be conformity, it can be acceptance, it can be boredom, it can be passing belief, like, oh yeah, I think black people are important, so there you go, I'm Black Lives Matter, and I'm not really getting into it, sort of the low information person. None of those people would rather die than listen to a bigot. They're just apathetic or nihilistic to the point of just accepting the movement's things. They don't care actually what the bigot says at all. They don't care enough to die rather than agreeing what the bigot says. They're just like, this idea that I'm latched onto for whatever reason is enough for me to simply do anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand it. I get it. And one last thing before I get going. So I have Animal Crossing, and I went to Joe's Island. Oh god, did I feel uncomfortable walking around that place.
I'm not familiar. I haven't played the new Animal Crossing. Why were you uncomfortable walking around Joe's Island?
It just, oh god, it's just all the allegations, all of this. The fact that he has like this one villager who's a child on it. Oh god,
What?
it just
Is it like an
there's
Epstein Island?
It kind of reminded me. I forgot. It was like a frog, was it? There was like a child animal villager. I think there was a child animal villager on that, and it just made me feel extremely uncomfortable.
The last Animal Crossing game I played was on GameCube, so I have no
Boomer.
idea. Yeah.
Boomer.
Is there a presidential candidate sniffing people on Animal Crossing? Just asking for a friend.
No, I don't know. Like, I don't know, but I met the man, and he scared I don't know. He just made me uncomfortable when I saw him, and it's like, oh god, it's you. And the only thing he says is holy malarkey and all that. Oh, and he's got Raymond, by the way, if you want to go. I don't care about Raymond. What's so great about that cat? But yeah, that island just made me uncomfortable because, oh god, just. And obviously he has like a polling booth and all that, and it's like, whatever. But yeah, don't go to that island alone. Bring protection or a gun.
All right, man.
Oh, and
Sounds like
speaking of
this
which-
island is problematic.
Pretty much. Oh,
what-
and the debates tomorrow? Shit. What do you think's gonna happen?
I
Hello?
I don't know. I don't know what's gonna
You still there?
happen.
Hello,
I think
hello.
Yeah, we got you.
Nick died.
Nick is
No, you
Nick is
died. I'm
frozen
here.
in my camera.
Nick is
What? No, that's
Nick.
your fault. I'm alive.
This is dumb. Damn it. What do you think? But to go back, like, God, the next presidential debate is going to be really, really heated. Do you really think they're going to pull the plug on him or no?
I hope they do.
I don't know if they'll like pull the plug, like shut him down completely,
Motherfuckers.
but I do think they're going to shut him up pretty significantly, or they're going to try and keep him from interrupting, quote unquote interrupting, or might
Can you hear me now?
actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear
yeah.
you.
What happened?
I hear you.
Yeah. Where were you?
All right.
Boomer
just-
tech.
Boomer. Whatever.
No, it was. I didn't do anything. Discord just boomered it for me.
Sure.
Whatever. Well, to hell with San Francisco. Can we nuke it? That's always Nick. Can you do me a huge
I'm
favor?
okay
Can
with
you
it.
nuke Nick? Can you do me a huge favor? I know we just met, but I've sent you a few super chats. But can you start the hashtag nuke San Francisco, please? I just absolutely despise. Hello.
Don't worry.
Yeah?
AIDS will nuke San Francisco for all of us.
I mean, yeah, but that takes so long. That takes like what, 20 years, 10? That's too long. Just make it quick.
Current retrovirals make it pretty hard for that to happen now. We need something way more infectious.
All right, man.
I don't
Well,
know.
get out of here. We're gonna try and lightning round a bunch of people in.
Yeah.
do it.
See ya. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Yep. Peace. Looks like Pickle's gone, so we're gonna bring in.
Did you freeze again, Nick?
No, I'm here.
Oh shit!
Come on.
You're frozen to me.
No, you're frozen.
You don't have to give me the cold shoulder like this, okay?
God damn it, Ken Jennings. I'm not frozen. You are. Fucking. Discord is bullshit.
This is fucking bullshit. Leave me all by myself. I don't know what I'm doing.
Can you see me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can't see
I'm getting
you,
there.
AT&T guy.
I'm getting there.
Or Verizon, whatever the fuck. I don't remember.
You can see me now, right?
I can see you now.
Okay. Yeah, Discord is being bullshit right now. Anyway. Okay, so Pickle's gone. So we're going to bring in Nihilus.
Yes.
He's the next guy. We're doing lightning round, guys, so let's be quick here on this.
Quick,
and that is entirely...
Like you are with your girlfriends.
Yeah, exactly. Nihilus, you there?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes.
What's up, buddy?
What's up? How's it going? I want to start off by saying Rogel Dorn is the best. Hashtag Rogel Dorn is the best.
Oh my
There you
God, no. Get out.
Rogel Dorn. No,
Take
I'm
him
kidding.
now.
I don't
Take
play
him now.
Warhammer. My friend just wanted me to say that. So I
That's
think
some
he'll be
bullshit. What a boring
Rogel
Primarch.
Rogel Dorn. He built walls and he's autistic. He's the best one, is what I've been told.
That's the most accurate depiction of Rogel Dorn.
All right, so I had a couple topics, but I know you're trying to burn through people, so I'll squeeze it down to one. So, I studied abroad in Japan for about a year. I'm about to.
What was her
graduate from
name?
College within. What?
Sorry, no, it was a dad joke. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, no. And I'm very good at Japanese. I did translation for a big manufacturing company, and I got to talk with a lot of Japanese lawyers. And I know that you're a practicing lawyer in America, and so I just wanted to, I guess, tell you about some of the differences and see what your thoughts are on them, and just,
Sure.
I guess we'll go through them. So, one of the biggest ones is that when they settle, specifically for civil cases, their contracts are like incredibly short. Like the details of the settlement and whatever are normally like 2 pages or less.
That's
like, in
how
total.
That's how contract law should be, in my opinion. Most of our contracts in the U.S. are way overdone, in my opinion. And it's like this paranoia over like leaving out all this stuff. But the way contract law is actually written is that whatever you put in there is what's in there, and what you leave out isn't contemplated. So but because a bunch of lawyers get paid a lot by the hour to draft the contracts, suddenly they're 30, 40 pages.
Yeah. And so I guess because a lot of it, they leave to unwritten rules of society. And that's sort of a trend that I noticed when I was there, because I actually had to bring attention to some illegal activity, which if I ever get on the call show again, I'll have to get into that story. But
yeah,
there's a lot of like unwritten rules of society, obviously, especially in all of Asia, but Japan specifically. And those are pretty much what govern all the laws. And the written law really doesn't mean so much, because, I mean, if you study Japan's history, we more or less kind of just forced our like system on them of democracy and their constitution that was drafted up. It was more or less forced on them, and
Yeah.
they weren't like culturally ready for it. And so another example is in criminal cases, the ratio of like plea bargains and like pleading guilty is incredibly high. Like I don't remember the exact ratio, but the Japanese lawyer that I talked to said that he thought it was like 5 to 6 times higher than in the US, and he truly believes, and his friend does as well, that like a criminal like trial with a jury and everything is more just a formality than anything. And like if you go to trial, you are basically guaranteed to be convicted if you're going to trial. Like going to trial is basically an admission that I'm guilty.
I've heard that about Japan. I will say though that in the US, only about 2% of criminal cases go to trial in the US. So I think there might be a distortion about just how many cases in the US go to trial. But I do believe that in Japan, it is much high. Like it is higher on the plea agreements, but in the US, we're actually a really high rate of plea agreements as well. Probably north of like 90%. And the unfortunate reality is most people are guilty of something. And so they take the plea as to whether, not that that's like any slight on them. Our legal system is written so that you're basically guilty of something just by waking up in the morning. But
I just thought that was interesting because they will, I guess, like juries especially, knowing, and again, I'm not a lawyer and I don't have any like technical legal knowledge, but I have knowledge of Japanese people and they have juries, and I do know that like they do not want to rock the boat. They're much less about rocking the boat. So getting a jury to agree on something is a lot easier.
It's a lot easier. Isn't basically Asian culture in general supremely deferential to authority?
Yeah, specifically like age and length of time.
Because I know when South Korean Air wanted to reduce the amount of airline crashes because they were like 4 or 5 times higher than anything else, they actually made all their pilots learn and speak and communicate entirely in English along with their air traffic controllers because of like the built-in deference in the language, right?
Yeah. First, it's longer when you speak to someone. So it's like, hey, our wing is frozen and we're going to fucking crash. And you can't just say like, you can't say that. You have to like respectfully bring it up in a way. But when the plane's fucking crashing, you don't have time to do that. So,
right. So
it's a big problem.
I would imagine in the legal system where you have a judge who is the authority and the representative of the state, that plays into a big factor.
Oh yeah.
In that.
I don't know how much like lawyers try and argue with judges during a case. Like I don't know how often it is.
I'm just thinking from a jury's perspective.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's definitely an element of that as well. So
I'd be curious of your Japanese lawyer friends or acquaintances of their opinion on maybe Japanese law should be done in a different language that doesn't have kind of the built-in authoritarian deference.
I don't think like a lot of them are. I don't think Japanese people would like that very much though, because a lot of them are very nationalistic and they love Japanese, understandably so.
Yeah,
so I do not think that they would like that. I think a lot of them don't like the Constitution though.
Being nationalistic is kind of deferential to authority. Like it's built in, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. But I know a lot of them don't like their Constitution, because they won't let you have like a standing army in. Like they're not allowed to technically have a standing army, and so they're surrounded by like North Korea and China who like want to blow them off the face of the map,
right?
And they're like, oh, we can't have an army, and don't worry, this amendment will protect us. Is like because the Japanese left wing is pretty similar to the American left wing, in that like I remember they wrote an article in their like biggest newspaper ever, and they're like, if a missile fell on Tokyo from North Korea, we shouldn't get mad. We should just assume it was a misfire. That's like an actual quote, like from the newspaper.
That person should get to go and experience all the joy of North Korea.
Yeah, I know. And like
Best Korea.
And they tried to like implement a thing where, because they have, North Korean high lords and ladies like don't send their children to North Korean schools. They send them to like charter schools around the world.
Right.
But those charter schools are paid for by North Koreans, and they were trying to get like Japanese people to pay for them with their tax dollars.
Damn.
So it's like I'm paying for North Korean like warlord children to go to school.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's really fucked up. It's just kind of universal. This sort of like, I don't know. I see a lot of like similarities between the Japanese left wing and the American left wing, obviously. So yeah, that was I know you're trying to blow through people, so I won't overstay, but those are just if you have any thoughts or any like final things.
No, man, I think the differences are fascinating. And to me, like the cultural, I wouldn't want to be a defense attorney or a defendant in Japan. That's what I know.
You do not. You do not. But it is easier. Oh, also it's easier to become a lawyer there because I know in some states here I don't know what the rule is for sitting the bar, and if you pass it, you're like a lawyer in that state. I know some you have to go to law school and some you don't.
If you don't go to, if you don't go to law school in the States, that you don't have that as a requirement, you do have to apprentice for a period of time.
Oh, okay.
With a law firm. So
in Japan, that's not a thing. All you have to do is pass their exam. So there's like a story of this guy who is in the Tokyo University like medical program.
Yeah.
And he studied really hard and he passed the exam, the like bar exam while he was in school. And so he's now a doctor and a lawyer like at the same time. All you need to do is pass the exam. That's it. So yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, man. I'll let the next person get in.
Yeah. Thanks for
it's been an honor. Yeah.
Thanks for calling. Peace.
Bye-bye.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right. Now we've got Kenta ZX. You're next, buddy. Here we go. I'm bringing you in. There's nothing you can do about it. Get ready to unmute yourself. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, hey.
Welcome.
Hey, sorry, I didn't realize I was next.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. The next person is the Koof Master, so be ready. I don't know if he's even still in here, but so what's going on?
I think he is.
Not much. I heard you were doing this call-in server thing, and I thought, hey, I'm trying to get ready to start like my own YouTube channel, try and prepare like streaming and all that. And I thought, hey, maybe talk to some people first.
Yeah, what's on your mind? What do you want to know?
Okay, so I apologize in advance if you've been asked this like a bunch of times, especially when you're streaming yourself, you're doing all this online stuff, you're talking about lawyering, and also all the shit you had to take from all the Twitter people. But yeah, it's a little bit. I can even see from Twitter over there, it's like fucked up. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Like,
use all of the profanity you want.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I was allowed because of the whole YouTube algorithm thing.
Oh, it's long gone because I said cunt. It doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, cool. Okay. So anyway, as I said, I'm thinking about starting a YouTube channel or like Twitch streaming because while I'm looking for a job right now just to make some money to pay off like my college bills, credit card bills.
Yeah.
At the same time, I try to make some money, extra money on the side for myself because I play a lot of games. I have my own game collection, and I thought, hey, a lot of people are like making some money by playing video games, and I thought, hey, maybe I can do that and try to throw in some game reviews and actually try to get back to drawing too and get into animation as well. Try to make some cartoons on YouTube as well and newgrounds. That's like my future plans right now. So with that in mind, how would you like really start like trying to get yourself started like out there, get yourself out there, trying to be more social with people, like how to advertise yourself basically?
Do it. Just do it. That's honestly like YouTube is a numbers game. Twitch is a numbers game. Do it, be consistent, do it every day. You'll see this from any YouTube advice channel, and it's right. It's just make content. And like any business, you can expect your first year, probably second year, and maybe even third year to operate at a loss. That's the statistical outcome of most of these channels, is that you'll operate at a loss. But if you're consistent, you keep putting out stuff, you grow your audience, you try and network and get on other shows. That's how you'll grow, if you'll grow. But realistically, it's like 2% of channels become profitable. So if you're looking for quick money, don't do YouTube or Twitch.
Well,
but
when you say,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, when you say like make a profit, what do you mean by exactly like in numbers? Because I mean, I obviously understand like I'm not gonna probably make like big money, let's say Markiplier or PewDiePie, and I'm not really looking for that at least. Like I said, it's just more like extra money on the side.
Well,
But
I
what do you
mean,
mean by
it depends how much extra money you want. I mean, if you here's the reality: before you make any money on YouTube, you are going to get to you got to get to 4,000 watched hours within like a 30-day. I don't know if you have to do a 30-day window or whatever. You got to get to 4,000 watched hours. That's a lot of time. You know, that's 4,000 people watching you for an hour. And that sounds very simple, except most people don't do hour-long content. So if it's 10 minutes, you know, that's 24,000 views of 10 minutes and 24,000 views of 10 full minutes. That's a hard thing for people to get to out the gate. It takes, for most people, it takes a long time to build that up. But the way you do it is you just keep making stuff. But even once you do that, you know, it really depends on how many video views you're getting. And the type of format you're doing. If you're doing super chats, you know, things can change very dramatically depending on your audience. But if you're doing you know, pre-recorded content, like you said, doing animations and stuff like that, you know, 10,000 views is like $30. So
wait, 10,000 and $30?
yeah.
Okay, I did not know this.
Yeah. So, and it depends. A whole lot can go into that. 10,000 views can be $30. It could be 45. It could be 15. It really depends on, you know, what type of ads you're doing and what kind of content you're doing. But, like I said, it's a numbers game. You just got to keep, if you're going to do it, don't like sit around and strategize forever, because that's more time that you're not doing it. If you're going to do it, but you should expect to fail and be happy if you don't. That's the best advice I can give you.
Man, that's good advice.
Yeah, so basically, you know, I think that's actually a good point, because when I was going through college for computer engineering and for video game development, I was thinking about that too. Like, am I just really just prolonging all this, like thinking this way too much? But at the same time, I was at the college, I was trying to get that done. Yeah, I do agree with you. I should just freaking do it.
If you're going to do it, just do it. And like I said, expect to fail. Don't expect to make any money, because the reality is, for the overwhelming majority of people on YouTube, you're not going to make money for a very long time. And I mean like not even $1 for a very long time, because you won't be monetized. You might, you can, it's possible, but the overwhelming majority of people are not going to make money for a very long time, if ever. So you do it as kind of a fun hobby, and if you start doing it well, and you start making money at it, then great, you can transition it. That's how I did it. I did it for fun, and then you know, I decided after, let's see, it was about 10 months. I said, I'm going to quit my job, or scale back my lawyer job for the most part, to as close to quitting as possible. And I'm going to focus on doing YouTube. I'm going to make this my primary thing, and I'm going to spend, you know, 8 to 12 hours a day working on some aspect of it, either show research, networking, tech stuff, whatever it was. I'm going to do that every day, and that will be my job. And when I did that, I was not making as much money as I was making as a lawyer, not by any stretch. I just decided that it would be more fun to do it, and that I thought I could get success. It was a big risk. I talked to my wife about it, and we weighed it out. Like, it was a real decision. But that came 10 months into me doing stuff, me saying, hey, I think there's potential here. I'm going to now take the risk. So that's where you got to be, man. That's the mentality you got to take. And that's only after I had really good success leading up to that. So, but
Okay, so sorry.
but yeah, no, that's all I got, man.
Okay, so it's like basically it's like just do it and expect to fail, but be happy if you don't.
Yeah, like most anything. Expect to fail, be happy if you don't.
Yeah, that does make sense, actually. All this time, I'll be honest with you, all this time I actually been like holding back with a bunch of stuff, thinking like, can I really do this? Even with video game development and animation, even drawing for that matter. I've been like holding back because I kept like thinking, how do I do line art? How do I actually paint this properly? How do I do all the
Yeah,
highlights, shading?
the reality is you can't do anything that you don't do. So just do it. But never like decide jumping feet first into anything with there's no safety net, there's no income, there's no there's no worker protections in this type of thing. You're jumping into a market. Just like the people who started their jobs where they go around to conventions and sell stuff that they make, they didn't start with that as their job. Like they decided to transition into that. So that's where you got to be, man. But hey, we got to get some more callers on. So
Okay.
I wish you a lot of success, but the success starts with doing it. So go do it, man.
All right, will do. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Peace.
All right.
No problem.
You
Good
too.
luck.
Thank you and goodbye.
Bye. All right, the Koof Master, you're in. We're not going to go too much longer here, guys. Koof Master, you're already unmuted. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Not much, buddy. What can I do for you?
So, which would you rather talk about, waifus or California gun laws?
Waifus.
All right, because I kind of want to talk about this with Drexel because I think it'd be an interesting topic for him. But since he's not here, I guess I'll make do with you. So the concept of waifus, I'm sure you're familiar with them. You know, what would you say a waifu is?
Waifu is your anime best girl. Like that's what I always see it as.
See, yeah, that's exactly what it should be. The idea, it's called a waifu because she's supposed to be your wife, right?
Right.
So I see people. I want to get your take on what do you think about going like the MGTOW route, right? And just going completely into diving into the waifu. So what I'm telling about is completely forgoing women and just sticking with the waifu as your wife.
I think it's a terrible idea. I know a lot of guys are doing that, and I know Drexel advocates stuff like that. I can't, but I'm coming from a place of having a marriage that I really cherish and a person that I really like on the other end of it. And I don't think I could just replace Lady Rackets with a silicone doll. Because
Not trying hard enough.
because she has provided me aid and counsel and comfort, and children, but aid and counsel and comfort be like for the past so many years. And as much as I like Drexel, I do agree that divorce laws are skewed against men. I don't think prenups are as useless as he makes them out to be. That type of stuff. I just disagree. It's not really my place to like argue and try and convince him otherwise. I'm not trying to convince anybody otherwise, but for me, I couldn't do it. I like having a companion and a helper.
Yeah, I definitely see that. See, for me, so I'm, I guess I'll get a little personal, and this might come off as weird too, so I apologize.
No, go for it. I love weird stuff.
Well, so I'm 21, pretty much kissless virgin, right?
Sure.
Kissless, dateless virgin, but that's because I've never really found like a girl that I've ever really wanted to spend time with, you know. But like the anime girl, right? There's one in particular, and yes, she is my waifu, and she, at least to me, provides some level of, I guess, comfort or companionship, or like the idea of her is enough to satisfy me. Now, I'm kind of a loner, And so maybe that's got something to do with it. But I don't know. I think seeing.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, for me, I guess maybe it's just because I'm young, but I hear people talk about, how dating sucks now and all this sort of stuff. I'm just kind of thinking, well, why even try if it's gonna, if it's gonna end up poorly.
Briefly, when I was 21, let's see. And no, I wasn't. Okay, when did I get married? Holy shit. I think I was 22 when I got married. But basically, okay, take your story and just rewind it like a year, and that's where I was. I had only dated, and dating is a stretch. I dated like one girl before Lady Rackets, and it didn't last very long because I was busy with friends, and she kept calling me on the phone. So I was like, "Fuck off, bitch," and I broke up with her over the phone, and it was great. It was liberating, but no. So sure, that perspective is fine, but I'm just saying that you're really young, and just because you haven't found someone now doesn't mean you won't, and it doesn't make everything that you've heard about it right just because at 21 you're not rolling in the sleuts. A lot of guys are in your situation and they go on to have very happy married lives. A lot of guys are in your situation and don't go on to have very happy married lives. It's some people have said, I like won the lottery, and I agree to an extent, but I think a lot of people win the lottery. They really do, more than we give credit for. So my opinion on it is keep an open mind, keep open eyes. The hardest part about hearing guys go like the full MGTOW monk type thing, or going the full waifu, is that they stop looking. And I have no problem with people like taking themselves out of the market. I wasn't on the market when I met Lady Rackets in any way. I wasn't looking for a relationship. I was going to Taekwondo. I was there to go hit people. That's all, literally what I was trying to do. And it just happened to work out for me. So, whatever you end up doing, don't shut off your options.
I would say that, and I would also say you also are thinking about it from my perspective. You're also thinking that the perspective of the guy who is slaying pussy right now is really a better position to be in. Kind of, if you look at it from like a neutral point, or almost kind of like a Nick's point, that's someone who's, cycling through relationships, whether it's a physical, emotional, sexual, one or all of them in some form or fashion. And you're not building a strong bond with someone, maybe because you can't. So there's a whole bunch of things that can go into that. I would say, like Nick is, you're 21, you've got plenty of time ahead of you. Don't necessarily dedicate yourself solely to, the waifu, and give yourself the opportunity to get out there and date, and know that you're probably going to have your heart broken a couple of times or more. That's okay. That's expected. And that's how you really find the person that you want to be with, is getting those really heartbreaking breakups, because the things that led to that, whether it was your fault, theirs, mutual, and that's how you build yourself better for the next person in line. You know what to look for, you know who the right person is, and you'll be able to secure yourself a good relationship and a good partner for, hopefully the rest of your life. Sorry that went long.
No, that's good.
No. I appreciate all of you guys' giving your perspectives. Because I like to get all sorts of different perspectives, and kind of take them in and assess, kind of come to my own conclusions on that. I will ask though, does this change when we get AI waifu bots that can...
Listen,
don't talk about that yet.
We're not going to broach that subject because AI waifu bots might be magic. They might be magic.
Box right there.
Don't
Can
worry.
They deny consent?
Women will make AI waifu bots illegal immediately.
Immediately. There's actually been articles on whether or not those will be able to consent or not, and whether that's rape. I swear to God, I've seen that before.
And just like the Indian casino slot machines, your chances of getting your AI waifu bot to consent are lower than a real woman. So, I'm not even joking.
Good.
I'm not even joking. It'll be a fake RNG on it. So it'll be like, well, once you've asked 26,000 times, then you get a yes. That because legitimately, that's what they're going to do. They're going to artificially decrease it, and they'll have firmware updates that decrease it as you go. It's going to be like, think about it. Think about who runs this shit.
You have to buy DLC to increase your chances of having sex with your AI waifu.
Yeah, exactly. Loot box. Your loot box. Loot box to get in this box.
This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah. Look, all I ask is for you. I'm not asking for much. Just take my brain, put it in a jar, use it to fuel your TikTok machine, and let me experience waifu nirvana. Let me become anime through the Matrix. I don't care if you use me as a battery. Just that's all I'm asking. I think that's very modest request.
Like here's what I will say though. Like if you're not, there are two different sort of people. There are some people who are never looking for a relationship, and if you're not looking for a relationship ever, don't ever let someone tell you that you have to. It's a perfectly valid way to live. Lots of people do that, and that's okay. But at the same time, if you're looking for a relationship and you're just discouraged, that's what I'm trying to argue against. Like,
yeah.
Discouragement shouldn't ever cut someone off. Look, if you want to be full anime waifu guy, like do it. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to stop you ever. Go find your Uzaki-chan and beat her till she stops talking like Monica with no repercussions. Perfect. All you.
with the whiskey drinking lawyers blessing and consent, I'm now on the doll guy's website. I'm ordering a waifu doll right now as we're speaking.
Are you really doing that?
No. I'm just.
Oh God! I was like, please send us pictures of your waifu. That would have been awesome.
Not in use, please. Not in use.
Don't worry.
All right,
also,
man.
Nick, it's not a loot box; it's a sloot box. Someone in
chat
said.
Sloot box. Perfect. All right, I think we got we got maybe like one more caller. I know.
Crush a few more through.
Everybody, okay, if we do it fast, but all right, Koof, get out of here. Thanks for calling in, buddy.
Thanks, man. Bye.
All right, next guy is 224 Vic. 224 Vic, get in here, get chatting. What's up, buddy? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me properly?
You're kind of quiet.
Oh, let me check.
There you go. That's better. Yeah, just put the mic right in your mouth.
Yeah, all I did was just crank up my mic volume too, since my mic is a bit fancy.
Perfect. So we got to move quick, man. What's going on?
Oh yeah. So in this case, I'll just save a few of my other questions for next time. I'll just get down right to two I want to know. One of them is a law-related question. Because I was kind of curious to ask this. Can a judge overturn a jury's verdict?
Yes.
Okay.
It's really, really rare, but yes.
Okay, I was just wondering because that one came to my mind lately. Also, the other one is
in very specific ways. The judge has to conclude that no reasonable jury could have come to the conclusion that they came to, which is a really tough thing. And they can't do it in criminal law to make someone guilty, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but next one?
My other one is more of a collector's related question, because I know you do have a few comics in your collection.
Sure.
But what would you say is probably like your most valuable or most rarest comic that you have?
My most valuable comic or rarest comic?
Yeah, either or.
It's nothing special. I have a couple copies of Spawn #1, and I have a copy of Spawn #4, which was the first issue of Violator. Those were like the two, I think, rarest. They're first printings or whatever. Those would be it. But I mean, I don't have a great collection or anything like that. I was not into collecting comics. I just collected Image comics.
I just got the flashback to that time when you showed us your what if of I think it was a Wolverine comic.
Yeah, what if
So,
Wolverine? What if Wolverine met Conan the Barbarian? It's great,
Yeah.
but I think it's worth like $1.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it'd be nicer because that looked like a new position. It looked like it's like one of those greater what ifs.
No,
Because
and
the one,
I don't have any rated comics or anything like that. None of them are like, oh, this is a 9.3 or anything. All of mine are just sitting in a like a Tupperware tote, because I don't collect things to like keep them nice. I collect them to use them and read them.
oh, okay. Yeah, because the ones I have that I say are probably the most rare or valuable. Like I got Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars issues 1, 2, 8, and 12, all signed by Mike Zedek. And then
Nice.
I got the Amazing Spider-Man 9/11 comic because, believe it or not, I find that a bit rare to come across by because of all the Comic Cons I've been to, I've only seen it once. And I was like, when I saw it, I was like, I'm getting it because I just find it weird how you don't see as much as all the other rare comics that are around, like Spider-Man No More or all of any other one that you see that were really iconic in the comic book industry.
Sure.
Yeah, but that's all the 2 questions that I have. I'll save the rest for next time. But I just want to also put in a plug in here. I do have a YouTube channel, of course. It's 224 Vic. That's my main channel, and I also do have a Let's Play channel too called Vic Plays. So please do go check those out. And also, I just want to point out, Erica McCord's also in the waiting room too, and she's also waiting for the date. So I say, let me pop in. If I pop in here, I'll say that.
Yeah, we might bring her on because I've wanted to talk to her forever. But all right, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah,
Have a good
thanks for
one.
having me on.
Peace.
You too, man.
All right, Cosmonaut Cartilage is next, and then we might drag Erica McCord in for just a minute. What's up, man?
Hello. I need to mute stream real quick. Sorry.
How dare you?
Sorry.
How dare you? Greta Thunberg is very disappointed in you, sir.
You hear me all right, though, right?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. I've been watching the stream since around when the Vic stuff started, so I've been here a while. Not as long as other people have, so props to them. But I got a few stuff here that I got written down that I'm going to try to blow through quickly because I know we don't got enough time. First one is with the Digibro and PPP shit. His example that, like the clip he showed you. That was from a satire podcast, but there are plenty of other examples he's brought up in very serious terms that is very unsettling.
Right. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that was from a satire podcast, and I also heard that. I mean, it was, but this is still Digibro we're talking about.
He just picked the wrong ammo.
Right. Well, and I think PPP might be good at that.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, though. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Another thing is, do you know who David Stay is?
Kind of. Like I hear the name and I always forget. Is he the guy who did that weird show that Medicare would watch?
Yeah, he did that show. He was an actor. I think he directed something. He's a bit crazy, very fun guy. Last I checked on him, I don't know if he'd be interested, but he's certainly fun.
Yeah, he's the guy, Mandar or whatever was the show.
Yeah,
or
Mandar.
Photon or something.
Photon, Mandar. You got it right.
Yeah. I remember when Medicare was watching it because I would get done with my show and I'd be sitting in my on my couch like winding down, and then I get a notification like Mr. Medicare going live. I'm like, it's 5 in the fucking morning. What is Jim doing? Going live, and then he's watching some weirdo do a show. I loved it.
I really miss those streams.
Yeah. No, I've heard about him. What about him?
I just think he'd be an interesting guest if you ever considered it.
I talk to just about anybody, so it'd be great.
Last I checked, he was a pretty nice guy despite his theories, but
most people
other than that, other than that, I don't really want to get into it too much with my personal history with who my family has been affected by this.
Mm-hmm.
But future show topics I think would be cool would be the corruption of child protection services and how they don't do their jobs.
Ooh,
really.
Yeah.
Because I lost like my mom lost custody of my niece because of that, and she went back to my sister.
Hmm.
It was not a very good situation, and they ignored a lot of evidence that my sister was not bettering herself, and neither was her boyfriend.
Yeah. Oh, believe
Yeah, I
me,
could talk for a long time about CPS.
we probably do need to do a show on it. I hate it. Like I said, I was a foster parent for
Yeah.
for a while. And my in-laws were foster parents for 30 years, and the shit that we have just that we've witnessed in that. And I mean, and we're not even in a major city. Drexel has a lot of experience in the foster system as well. Not that he was in the foster system, but he has experience with it, and like he can tell you plenty of stories about how shitty cities are at dealing with it. It's a mess.
I've heard a lot of people come up with their stories after my mom went through that.
Yeah.
And the worst part about it was she's in nursing, and she could identify like a lot of problems my niece had early on due to my sister taking drugs during the pregnancy.
Yeah.
So we were in and out of the hospital a lot because of that.
Yep. And that shit'll stick with her forever. I mean, she'll never get over it.
And when we were in court about it, one of the people they had that was visiting like my sister and us to check on my niece and just progress and things like that, she stood before the court as somebody who didn't even like complete any kind of medical school and said medically that nothing was wrong with my niece, and my mom was just making it all up or some shit. I don't really remember.
Christ.
Wow.
And I don't know. It was very rough for us at the time.
Yeah. No, I've had for a long time I've had a idea to do a show on CPS and how broken the system is, but it's so fucking depressing that it's hard to talk about.
Depressing, anger-inducing.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, anything else?
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
Promise this last thing. Ask people to check out Ken's Labyrinth 2. They don't need to donate anything if they don't want to. It's just he lost his main artist, and it's a Doom mod thing he's working on.
Okay.
And that has been devastating to his project. He just needs a pixel artist if anybody knows anything.
All
you
right,
can
man.
Find him on Twitter.
Ken's Labyrinth, huh?
Ken's Labyrinth 2.
There you go, guys.
He lost his head pixel artist, and he hasn't had anybody to do the art.
If you know any pixel artists, get him in touch with Ken's Labyrinth.
Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks.
You take care. Love the show.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Sorry
Peace.
for picking up the time.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Thanks, man. All right, and the last caller we're gonna bring in is Erica McCord, I think. And I know she's skipping the line, but I've wanted to talk to her forever, and we've just got a minute left. We're already over time, but there will be many more call-in shows. I'm sorry if we didn't get to you, but we did get through at least the first waiting room. Hey, Erica, how are you?
Oh no.
What? Oh no, what?
He said we were over time.
Well, I mean, we are over time, but that's okay. It's my show. I can go over time. My boss isn't going to yell at me or anything.
Oh, okay.
I'll yell at you.
Oh my gosh. We finally get to speak, not email to email.
I know, that's why I wanted to like actually bring you on, even though I skipped so many people and I feel bad about it, but I wanted to talk to you, and there you were in the chat. So hey, how's it going?
Huh? Going well. Just getting ready to go out tonight in rainy, yucky Japan.
Well, we had a blizzard, so you could quit.
I was about to say, I'll trade you. I would rather have snow any day.
Oh my God, no, it's a disaster. Snow with children is the worst. They get it everywhere. They get it everywhere.
I know.
I like wake up with snow in my teeth because my kids go outside. It's ridiculous.
That's amazing. I gotta go in the different room because I'm getting the delayed audio. Well, so hi. How how this long winding road has brought us to this point where I am speaking to you on Discord from the other side of the world.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird world that we're in.
I never thought when I sent that preemptive email 2 years ago, this is where we would be.
Yeah, and I got the email and I'm like, who the hell is this?
Exactly.
what is
what
this
everybody
person?
thought. Yeah, I knew it was going to come up. I had a sneaking suspicion that was going to come up.
Oh,
so.
and my favorite part is when I'm like asking around to people and they're like, "Oh my god, that's I don't know if you can trust her. We don't know how she is with Vic and blah blah blah." And I'm like, I mean, the emails seem fine, seem relatively straightforward, but you. Like, I don't want to make it out like you had a reputation or anything, but the people were just so cautious and no one knew. Like, these factional lines are being drawn. And of course, as you know, with the industry, people were worried that you were just like falling lockstep in with these other voice actors or something. And it was so weird, like, hearing about it. And then, lo and behold, everything that you said to me seemed to be true and fine, and you turned out to be like rather trustworthy. But at first, I gotta tell you, like, some people behind the scenes were like, I don't know if you should listen to her. And I was like, I don't know anything about this. So
that's so funny. That's so funny. I would be willing to pay big bucks to find out who thinks they know me well enough to even make that sort of judgment call.
And that's the thing. The people who I talked to probably didn't know you, right?
Right. I'm like, the only people that really know me are the ones that tried to throw me under the bus about Vic. So
right. And I think most of what was happening at that time was everybody was on cautious lockdown mode. Because there was a very real fear of like infiltration into my super secret information. Because everybody misunderstood what was going on. I'm like, no, I want everything in public as much as possible. So I always laugh when people are like, oh, it's Discord, crazy stuff's happening. I'm like, you could go in it. You could just get $5. You could just be there and see all of the evil, devious stuff. There was nothing secret happening at all. But
yeah, it's just all I can think of is like all the voice actors who I know who have said such disparaging things about Vic behind his back, who so many people on the internet are still like, they're friends with him still. And I'm just sitting there going, no.
Yeah, that industry's a
unfortunate.
disaster. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
But
it's quite a thing. I can't get over how many people were like, her unsworn declaration doesn't matter because it wasn't done. There's some idiot going around on Twitter right now talking about how my unsworn declaration isn't as legally substantial as an affidavit because it wasn't done while sworn. And I'm like, oh my god, it literally says under penalty of perjury. I read the paperwork.
Yeah, you're realistically, I wish the affidavits would have been done as unsworn declarations to begin with. It would have avoided some issues.
Right.
But no. And the funny thing is, most of their things were unsworn declarations.
Right.
So, but of course, yours was one of the first ones. So,
but
why
couldn't she get it notarized? I'm like, I'm in a fucking different country. Do you know how much it would cost for Ty to pay for me to go all the way to the American consulate? You have to have a special appointment to get something notarized. You have to pay for it to be sent back to America. Like, why would we waste that money when I could literally just print it out, sign it, and send it back under the penalty of perjury?
And that's why courts did that. That's why they did that. They're like, this is ridiculous. Notary requirements are different everywhere you go, may not always be accessible, and you may need to get a statement in. But you just have this person say that they're submitting to the jurisdiction of the court and have a penalty of perjury. And it's a criminal charge if we find out they lied. Very simple.
Right.
Very simple.
I mean, good luck getting me because I don't live in America, but...
Well, I mean, that's a separate problem for a separate day. Perjury is a felony. And Japan does have an extradition treaty with the United States. We could get you here if we needed to.
Don't tell everybody.
There's no way on earth that they're going to extradite someone over an unsworn declaration being perjured.
Stop law-splaining the interwebs, Nick.
But they could. They could do it.
They could, yeah.
They could do it.
And do you have any questions for me? I'm going to turn the table on you since I'm always the one harassing you in chat. Do you have any questions for me?
Not really.
Rude.
Nothing. Well, listen. I didn't know you were calling in. I've had no prep on this. But I mean, your email to me initially was very thorough. One of the most thorough sort of stories. It was very neutral, and maybe that's why people were kind of cautious. Your story was very neutral. I'm not going to tell it on this stream or anything like that. I don't remember if I told it in the past.
You haven't.
But that's because it's yours. And if you want to tell that story, you can go ahead and do that at some point. But it was very neutral and fair, and I think it was in response to me saying publicly, like, I want any kind of story about Vic that people have, because I want to know. And this was a thing. I wanted to know if Vic was the dirtbag that people said he was. And and the worst story I got was yours, and yours wasn't bad at all. To my recollection, anyway. Did you lose me? Ken? Aaron? Erica?
Got some
Erica?
sort of lag happening.
Can you?
Oh, I'm here. My computer just keeps muting my microphone for no reason.
Yeah, I lost you.
Oh my God. Hold on.
You still hear me though?
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear us?
Okay.
This
I can
is
hear Erica.
China is interfering with Erica's connection.
I mean, I can hear you. I have you on YouTube on one device, and I have Discord on the other device.
I'm 20 seconds behind you on YouTube. Oh no. Oh no. This is a disaster. Erica, can you disconnect and reconnect from the call? Pop into general chat and I'll drag you back in right away. We'll try.
You should be able to just drag her out and drag her back in.
I want her to disconnect the call though.
True. Well, that should disconnect the call. She'll be out of the room.
Okay.
This is weird.
This is really weird.
I'm going to disconnect her. Erica, pop into general chat or something. Pop in somewhere and I'll get you back in. I'm looking for your thing. Here we go. Yeah, I can't drag her in until she joins a voice channel.
Yeah, she's got to join back, and there we go. She's in one of them.
Okay, here we go.
I think she's in general.
Is this better, Erica? Do we have you back?
From the grid. Yes, I'm back.
Okay, I think we still have some lag, but anyway. Yeah, we definitely
I can see your face now.
Yeah,
Look
here
at
I
that.
am.
Oh, God, my camera's not on, is it? Oh, Jesus.
No, you're not. We have
Okay, good.
No.
We have a profile
Thank God.
picture, but I didn't pull it up. I've only got Ken Jennings' weird half Android profile picture.
Okay.
Cyborg.
Yeah,
Robot Ken hasn't shown up tonight.
No. But yeah, that's the thing is, it's I told that story because, I mean, to me, that is just a natural adult interaction between two adults. Like, there was nothing nefarious about it. But I wanted it to be out there because, in my opinion, I was hearing all of these horribly overblown stories, and I'm like, you know what I think happened? I think what happened is what I told you happened, but these people have no idea how to behave when someone shows them any kind of modicum of human interaction, and they just well, it's more profitable for me to be a victim than to be a normal functioning human being, so haha, I'm a victim.
I agree. That's the crazy thing about this situation, is that the overwhelming majority of interactions that are described are normal.
Right.
Like they're
I mean,
being
Yeah, they're not.
sensationalized, but it's like, okay, so he hugged you and then you like
10
you
years
did,
later, you didn't like it?
and it's like, what? Oh, he kissed you on the cheek, like so? I mean, so there, and I guess there is an assaultive kiss on the cheek. Like I can imagine, like some weird guy like grabbing some chick and like giving her this massive tongue kiss on the cheek or something while she's trying to get away. But that's not what happened. And
Exactly.
but that's what people are trying to invoke with the words that they use. And so I'm like, most of this stuff is just how extroverts interact.
Right.
And
all of it's so freaking frustrating.
yeah,
It bothers me because it demeans actual sexual assault and rape victims. To equate them and how the people have tried to say, oh, this is just as bad and this is assault and this is rape, like Marky's pulling the hair and stuff. She gets funding now from that one organization to help her case that's for sexual assault victims. And like that's just disgusting to me.
Yeah, exactly. You're taking away funding from people who have suffered real, psychologically, physically damaging assault and using it because I 10,000% have no doubt in my mind that he did not pull her hair. He probably just reached over exactly like he said he did and was like, "Oh, your hair looks good. Did you get it cut or something like that?" And she's taking this 10 years after the fact. Oh, he snatched my head and wrenched my head back and said something sexual, but I don't remember what it was.
And this is a chick whose identity is, at the time especially, partly tied up in her hair. She's a hairstylist. She's changing her hairstyles frequently. Like she's making statements. She's intentionally drawing attention to her hair. That's part of who she was. Same with Monica, by the way. They're both hairstylists. So they're adding color. They're doing different cuts. They're doing different curls. They're getting perms. They're doing updos. Like they're doing different things. And anyone who's met women who are in that industry know that that's how many of them are like that, because it's also advertisement. Look at what I can do for me. This is what I can do for you. That's just kind of baked into it. Have you seen? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please go ahead.
Have you seen Jamie Markey bitching about her lack of work lately?
That's amazing.
In fact, I have seen those karma posts.
Those are the funniest things I've read.
It's all
because
Vic's fault.
for the past year and 9 months now, actually even longer though, she's been, I'm a tough bitch, right? Like that's the whole persona is I'm a tough bitch. And now like the veneer cracks a little bit and we see well, I had to be this way. And also I'm not actually a tough bitch. And it's really lame that I don't even hold these opinions though. Like that was the best for me, is like, these are opinions I don't even hold. It's like, well, why'd you change the language that way? And then it's not just that you changed the language, Toots. It's that you changed the language and then fronted about it on social media about how virtuous you were. That's
signal.
Yeah, exactly. And now she's out there like, well, I'm not even able to get good writing credits and stuff like that. It's like, good, fuck off. It's.
I mean, you want to. What's the saying? When you go out for revenge, you need to dig 2 graves.
Right. What I want to make a shirt. I don't know if it would sell, but it says, I want the shirt to say, it's not because you're a woman, it's because you're an insufferable bitch.
You're a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a bitch.
Because she's trying to play like the woman card. It's like, no, anime fans like lots of women. Actually, anime fans might disproportionately like women. They don't like bitches. And she has set out
we like to see them played on the screen, not meeting us at our meet and greets.
Right. She's set herself out as a bitch, an uncaring bitch who's above these people. And it's like, well, that was just poor branding. Why were you doing that? I would never think to do that myself, but
I just I've been around these people for so long. Although I only have worked directly with Vic and Johnny and Michael the most, I've seen all of these people at their autograph signings. I've seen these people in the green room making these ridiculous demands that don't match what they agreed to in their contracts, and I can't get over just how. I mean, I suppose it's you should see it coming, but you ignore stuff like that when you only see it once or twice a year. But when you get to see it all laid out the way it has been now, it's like, oh yeah, look, it was a pattern.
Well, yeah, because if it's once or twice a year, it's like, oh, they're at a convention. It's the second day of the convention. They got really drunk last night. They got a hangover. They've got a headache. They've been interacting with fans. Maybe they're having a bad time. Maybe they had a bad interaction with the fan before. Maybe, you can excuse all sorts of behavior on a one-time occurrence, right? But then you find out it's like, no, they're like this literally all. And when they're pleasant is actually the exception. That's, oh man, that's an unlikable person.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, I mean, you get to watch. A lot of the fans just don't realize that being behind the scenes, you get to watch that switch flip when they go from walking through the back hallways, like, I need room temperature water. I can't drink cold water. It messes with my vocal cords. Oh, hi, everybody. Hi, thanks for coming out. Oh, to my panel. Like, they are actors. I mean, obviously they're vocal actors, but you have to be able to, mimic the emotions that you play in these characters, and they do it. I've especially Sabbath backstage. Oh God, I hate doing these things. Blah 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 blah. And then, oh yeah, he's not exactly pleasant when he meets his fans, anyways. But
you know what's funny? Like for me is and this is the weird thing, because of the culture you're talking about. People assume that I'm like up to some nefarious thing or whatever. I'm just as ridiculous like in normal life as I am on the show. I'm sure I exaggerate some things, right? Like because there's a camera on me, I'm exaggerating something. But I think people who meet me, people who see me, when I go to like the Dick Show Road Rages, there's going to be one in Tampa in December. I'm going to that 99% at this point. And when you see me at those things, there are people who hang out with me like from when I wake up to basically when I go back to my hotel room. You won't find a change. Like this is just who I am. I'm an asshole, and I'm also like a jovial, happy guy all the time. And I can't imagine like putting on a show because I'm in front of some people live, because for me especially, and maybe this is the benefit of not being an actor, is like I grew my channel and my presence by just being me. So I have no reason to be someone else. And actually, if I tried to like act and be someone different, you guys would know right away. You're like, who's this weirdo? I want my shitty boomer bad tech asshole back. Like that's what I am. And so when I go to these shows and I see people who are like all smiles in person, and then you get behind the scenes like you're talking about, and they're weird and they're like, they don't like it. That's one interesting thing I've seen about Vic. Let me be very candid with the audience. Vic is not the same person at his table as he is away from his table. But what I will say is he has the same energy and the same attitude towards people at his table as away. He just kind of hams it up. But when I've spent the few conventions that I've been to with him, I've never heard him say anything bad about fans. That's the one group of people where he's consistently like pleasant toward. Even when I'm like, that person was weird or that interaction was strange, he doesn't bat an eye. And that's the weird thing I've noticed. I don't know about your experiences with him, but Erica, but that's been mine. Is like, no, he's like as courteous behind the scenes with fans. He's kind of different around staff and stuff like that. And I think that's actually some of the criticisms of him that might be kind of valid in all of this, is that maybe he was rude to staff at some point in time. I think he's recognized that, but
yeah, well, yeah, I've not been one to sugarcoat it. He has certainly yelled at me. He's certainly screamed at me. I've seen him throw fits, and he doesn't like me telling people, but not screw him, but it's free speech. So
right, no, it's but it's just the truth. And if anybody thinks that Vic isn't human, like he is, he's still a human. Right. And when shit goes wrong,
he drinks and he uses cuss words and he, smokes cigars and he has opinions about things.
Let me be honest. When Vic swears, it's
so funny, right?
Favorite thing on earth. It is so fucking funny. I love it.
It just comes out of, you're just so used to hearing all the light and positivity, and then he's like, that fat fucker. And you're like,
oh, it's great. It's great. It's always warranted too. Like, I agree with him. I agree with him when he swears at someone. It's so funny. But it's like, that fat motherfucker. It's perfect because it comes with that like tenor voice with it, and you can tell it like he means it. And I'm like, yeah, get him, Vic. I'm with him. Whenever he does it. It's so funny.
It is the very first time it happens. Like you've kind of gotten into the guard down, Vic, when he drops a cuss word. But it's so funny the first time it happens.
It is, but that's what I want to say. This is where I was going with this, and thank you for bringing my mildly intoxicated self back to it. Is
mildly.
Listen, I've only had one drink, Ken. It's
the drink.
It's that the weird thing is, if you have the opportunity. And this isn't a special opportunity. It's just placement and timing. If you're with Vic when he's not at his table but still at a convention, you actually see it. Like it's not a hidden part of him, in my opinion. Because and again, being with him at a couple different conventions and around other people, it's not like this is special reserved behavior or something like that. When he loosens up at the end of the evening after he's done a signing, and you're sitting around, like when we were down at Matsuri smoking cigars outside at the Hilton in Houston, like the people there with us got that kind of candid aspect of him. It's who he is when he's not performing, but he's not performing at that point, and it's very raw and real. And it's just a little more open. Just the same way that, like, a VeggieTales actor goes home and says, that was a fucking rough day. but
exactly.
But he could never say it on the show, but he's just a person at the end of the day. So that's what it's like, but it's a great sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's like people just kind of forget that he, at an anime convention, he is the product that is being sold. And
right.
He is his biggest seller. He is the biggest marketer of himself at those events. So when he is in front of that autograph table, he is selling himself. And that requires, you don't go, when you go to work, you're not like, welcome to Sears. What can I help you find? You're like, hey, welcome. You're selling your brand, and that's what he does. And he sells his brand really, really well.
He does. It's fantastic. It's actually what I won't forget was when I was at Bubba Fest with him, and we were waiting in a waiting room, and they were interviewing Flash Gordon, Sam, whatever his name is. Really nice guy, just don't remember his last name. The guy who played Flash Gordon. They're interviewing him about these sort of fan interactions, and he says, who you need to talk to? The guy who is the absolute best in the entire industry at interacting with fans is right there. And he points at Vic and he says, that's who you need to talk to about this stuff, because this guy, I've been to tons of shows with him, and he's the best, most genuine, nicest guy, and he knows how to deal with fans the best. And what you're saying is right. He knows that he is the product. He takes pride in that product, and he markets it very well to people. I want to be clear. That doesn't mean he's lying. He's not. He's not lying about the product.
No, he's just 110% on marketing.
Exactly. He's all in. But that's who he is, and that's why he's good at it. And that's why people like him. And he's better at it in ways that are weird to me. Like, he remembers people from like 5 years ago that he talked to, and he'll ask him about their problems. I'm like, oh my God, I don't even remember your name right now, Vic. It's crazy.
I think that's more of a stage trick kind of thing than it is actual remembering, but that's just me.
I don't know. I've seen him actually ask someone about a specific problem that they were having years ago. And I've gotten a bunch of emails about that too, where they're like, yeah, Vic asked me about my depression that I was dealing with when I talked to him the previous time. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. Maybe it is a stage trick. And if it is, he does it really well. But I don't think so. I think he actually has, because my friend Drexel's like this. He remembers names and faces. And I'm like, I honestly have trouble remembering my children's name most of the time. Like I'm the worst name person ever. I've taught now 4 high school classes. And at the end of the year, if you asked me to name like one of the kids and just picked one at random, I would fail. I'd fail 80% of the time. I'm just not a name guy. Never have been.
Right.
So
Nick's a failure is what I'm hearing. Good to know.
It's okay.
Nick is
I own my failures.
His tax returns say otherwise.
Listen, we're not talking about tax returns. It's a sensitive subject. I don't know what happened to the return part of it.
I don't get that return anymore after seeing them super chats money.
It's long gone. It's long gone. The return was all to the government. All to the government.
That's funny.
But well, it's really late. Erica, I
love like 4:00 in the afternoon here.
Yeah, well, it's 2:45 in the morning, and I have to go watch Bride of Reanimator.
Rude.
But Erica, I wanted to ask, was there any last things you wanted to talk about? I mean, maybe we should do a show at some point in the future and like really get into some issues. I don't know, with anime or whatever. I'd be happy to do that. But while you're here, before we end the show, is there any last sort of things you wanted to raise or talk about?
Not particularly. Just everybody's all like, you should ask Nick to be on his show. You should ask Nick to be on his show. I'm like, I don't want to ask Nick to be on his show. If Nick wants me on his show, he has my email address.
Well, let me formally extend an invite. You're welcome. I don't know specifically what we'd talk about, but I will have you on a show. Absolutely. And we can maybe email and discuss like a topic. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, that sounds good.
I think you have a ton of like insight into this, and you're insulated and removed from like the bulk of these weirdos.
Yeah, nobody can fuck with. That's what the big thing is. Like, no one can fuck with me over here. Oh, you're gonna call my job? Okay, good luck. Do you speak Japanese?
Right. And then the second part is, do the Japanese give any shits at all?
Any fucks.
Yeah. But no, it's been really nice having you call in. I would love to have you on for a full show. I'll email you, and we can maybe figure out a topic and kind of talk about this strange cottage industry of anime conventions and anime production that exists. Because I'd love to pick your brain on it.
Sounds like it would be riveting.
I'm not sure if that was sarcasm or truthful.
That was not. I'm in the process of getting, like, I'm going on a date in an hour, so I'm like makeuping and dressing and also talking to you.
Ooh. Is it a hot date or a boring date?
He's a French guy, so I assume it's gonna be hot.
Okay, I was gonna say if he's a French guy, he's not watching the show, so because I make way too much fun of the French. But
he's a French living in Japan, so.
Okay, that's kind of weird. Does he speak French or Japanese? or English?
He speaks French, Japanese, and English.
But what does he use primarily?
Damn.
When he speaks to me, he speaks in English because I don't speak French and I don't speak Japanese that well. So
Is his name Rocco Siffredi?
it is not.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that.
His name is Jean-Francois. He has the most French name in the world.
Oh my God, no! He's got a Jean in his. Damn it! My name in French class was Xavier.
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 That's
Jean-Francois. No, tell him I said bonjour. He'll appreciate it. Be like,
he'll
random guy
appreciate
on
it.
the internet says bonjour.
I will. I'll be like the law spinning the interwebs guy. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's famous.
He should listen. Like, in all honesty, he should, especially if he speaks English. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to get the date, not scare the day away.
Rude. No, like, yeah. Actually, that's what you should do. You should go on your date and only talk about a random YouTube guy from Minnesota. That's a true slayer of dates, if I've ever heard.
Why don't you go on a date with that guy? I feel like he's married with 8,000 kids. Jesus Christ.
No. I hope you. But thank you for calling in. I hope you have a great date with him. Take him to a good ramen place or something. I don't know.
Bitch, please. If I have to pay for anything, there won't be a second date.
Well,
Ooh.
I didn't say you'd have to pay. I just drag him to a ramen place. Listen, I have to live vicariously through Japanese residents in my ramen adventures. So
in your ramen adventures.
Stop appropriating their cultures, Nick.
If they ever get back to, oh my God, maybe we should talk about appropriating culture. I get accused of that all the time on the internet.
Yes.
For wearing kimono.
for wearing. Well, you're culturally appropriating the culture you're in. How dare you?
I know. I'm only just wearing the
Racist.
clothes that are normal. It's,
Yeah.
Then don't wear any clothes. That solves the problem.
That is
Ken, settle down.
illegal.
I'm the drinker, Ken. Stop it.
You're not doing it hard enough.
Ooh.
No.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
Phrasing.
thank you for calling in, Erica, and we'll
You're welcome.
We'll set up a show and talk about this weird industry and all of the other stuff. I think that'd be great.
Okay, and sorry to everyone who got skipped. I apologize, but I may or may not have weaseled my way into the chat and asked everyone to be like, "Hey, tell Nick I'm here. Hey,
Yeah,
Nick I'm here."
it was a little bit underhanded, but I liked it. I approve.
Hey.
Nintendo 64 simped for you. He's owned it in the Discord chat. So
that's probably because they were getting the play-by-play of me getting dressed, trying to find all my clothing earlier. So that's probably why.
Ooh, that's a bold strategy.
Got to pay with the currency you got at hand.
It worked. You got on the show. You jumped the whole fucking long line.
Oh, where's Drexel when I need him? All right. All right. Well, thank you, Erica. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Have a good night, Nick.
You too.
Nice
Peace.
talking. Sorry, Ken, you didn't talk very much, but thanks.
No, you two were going good, so I wasn't that important.
Oh, you're always important.
Thank you.
All right. Peace.
Have a good one.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. God damn it. Thank you to all the callers who called in. I do have a bunch of chats to read through, and then we're going to go over to Twitch for Bride of Reanimator. It has been a long show. I really am trying to get through callers, but we got through what, like 12, 13 callers, something like that. That wasn't bad. I don't think.
Something like that. We had a few longer callers, but it happens when you have a good caller.
Yeah, I
It's
can't.
hard to,
I can't be the
watch.
I can't be the watch Nazi. I can't do it. It's not in me. It's not in me to do it. So
You're not a good Nazi. That's good to know.
No, I'm not good. Like, what time is it? I'm not great at it. So, but we're getting the hang of this thing. I like the new system you set up. It's beautiful. It worked really well.
Yeah, it seems to be working okay. I'm trying to make it a little bit easier because people want to ask, where their position in line is, kind of.
Sure.
A couple people have. I've been trying to keep track of feedback. There's been a few people because I had a few people test the application system to see if it was easy and if people liked it. It was only like a half a dozen people who did it, and it had mostly good reviews. whether or not that would be applicable in certain cases or whether that would be
Was that
better
where
for
like they
certain stereotypes.
propose a topic or something and get approved? It's like a call screen kind of.
It's basically like a mini call screen. So you type in the chat like a command, and you get a DM from a bot that asks you like 3 questions. Basically, the name you want to be referred to on the show, the topic that you want to talk about, and then verifying you're a watcher of Nick by asking if you're late, what are you? Or what is Nick?
See, I was gonna ask.
So-
I was gonna say you should add a 4th question: are you gay? And see how people answer.
Well, if you're late,
Yeah.
then someone has to answer what the proper response is, so we know if they watch
Yeah.
the show.
You nailed it with the 3rd question. It's beautiful. Beautiful. So
I think there's a few situations that could be used. So.
yeah. Well, let's I mean the first come first serve system was good. And again, we're going to do more of these call-in shows, guys. I enjoy them. I like talking to people. It's an interesting opportunity to get some varied perspectives on stuff. So keep tuning in and calling in, and we'll keep doing them. And sometimes Drexel will be here. Sometimes he won't. We may have other guests on a call-in show too. So, but so far right now, the consistency will be me and Ken, as long as Ken is available.
I think one person had a comment about the first come first serve, is that people who have like slower computers, or if you're not there immediately for the click, you don't get in line. So maybe doing a random user draw or round robin something somehow. I don't know how we could do that.
Well, you know what I'm inclined to do, right?
Get a long ass list of people and just click on them.
No, I'm inclined
No?
to charge for the appearance. That's what I'm as grifter
You got to grift.
champion of the world. I'm inclined to do a super chat system. But I also feel like that's kind of lame.
I'm hustling my OnlyFans and Discord for people to get priority next time.
The hard part is there's like different ways to do it, and maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll rotate through different methods. So like one day we'll do first come first serve. Maybe another day we do the application system and kind of call screen the topics or something. I don't know. There's no way where with like 2,000 people watching, we're going to have a lot of callers, and having like to sift through them, there's just no way we can get everybody. So we're going to try different things, and we'll try and get different people on. So
we could do like subset call-in shows like on specific topic areas, and then you could have people do those to help kind of get people talking about. That's where I think you could do more of like the group topic conversations.
Hey, check
and have
this
like 3,
out.
4 people on.
Check this
What's
out.
up?
This is a surprise. I'm
What's
bringing in a
this?
surprise caller.
Oh shit!
Nintendo 64. Unmute yourself, you boomer.
I had to do it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're
we
here.
got you.
All right. So before the show ends, I just gotta pull up the topic list I got here.
Okay.
I'm the
Oh
simp.
shit!
You're
I
a
simped
simp?
Hi,
for-
Simp. Simp.
I need to be corrected by Drexel.
Who do you simp for?
Erica.
Erica.
He
Oh,
was the
I
one
helped
simping
get her
for
on the
Erica to
show.
get on.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's I thought you said Nintendo, but you said Nintendo.
No,
Okay,
I said
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Yeah, it's an old fucking joke from like a Harry Potter game from the early 2000s.
Yeah. Okay, so you're an
Right.
Erica simp. Got it.
Yes, but that's not the important thing tonight. The important thing tonight, Nick, is that the Pope supports gay marriage.
No,
It's
he does
fucking
not, you
hilarious.
heathen. He supports civil unions.
Okay,
Wow.
but that's fucking ridiculous, and that's the best thing that happened to me all day.
Why is that the best thing that's happened to you all day? That actually concerns me.
Yeah, are you getting a civil
Because
union?
It's hilarious.
Are you
No.
needing a
No, I'm
civil
just-
union
I'm
that
kidding.
bad?
Am I late? No.
No.
Neither am I gay. Nor
I
civil union.
It's questionable.
I agree. I like my
Just because I like feminine penises doesn't mean I'm gay. Okay?
If the penis is
Kim?
feminine, it's not gay.
It's a trap. Not if you know it's there, buddy.
It's
No,
not gay unless the balls are touching.
No, I agree. It's kind of a weird thing in my inherent Catholic upbringing. makes me immediately want to defend the Pope and be like, listen, what he's saying is that the just thing is to, even though the church doesn't support this, to say, well, these people need equal legal protections. But then all I go is, but yeah, actually, no, I'm pretty sure this Pope just is pro-gay.
All right, Nick, here, I'll give you the answer to the solution to this problem, all right?
Okay.
The solution is Catholics and Protestants are retarded, and if you want to be a Christian, go to the Orthodox Church.
Yes!
Like, that's the truth.
Now, wait,
And-
which Orthodox Church? Like Eastern Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, or Ethiopian Orthodox?
Well, the problem with that question is that those are all the same thing. And the difference is, like, the Russian Orthodox Church and the Greek Orthodox Church and the Antiochian Orthodox Church and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they just have different bishops. Like, that's the thing.
Which
That's
one
the
is
difference.
Desmond Tutu in? Because I don't like that one.
I have no fucking clue.
That
But,
guy's a dork.
I just want to get the word out to the Orthodox Church. And also, I wrote a list down because I didn't want to be a guest who had nothing to say and sounded like a fucking retard. So I wanted to say, Vic Mignogna. I recently watched the Boys, that show.
Yeah.
He looks exactly like Homelander, and it freaked me out because the whole time I was watching, I was like, "That's Vic Mignogna. That's who that fucking is."
I haven't watched it. Is he? He's like the guy that I see in all the fucking ads, though, right?
He's like the bad guy. He's like the anti-Superman. Yeah, he's evil.
Perfect.
But looks totally like Vic Mignogna. Freaked me out. It was hilarious the whole time I was watching it. I would actually recommend the show, but just know that you're in for like a completely irreverent experience.
I heard.
Morale.
I heard it like cucks itself in the second season. Is that right?
Oh yeah, in the second season, basically the plot line is that the people like you are gonna radicalize me into killing Muslim fucking immigrants.
Is that
You guys don't do that?
is that radical?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I do every day.
Hey, you kill Muslim immigrants every day? Good God, where am I?
What do you think I do for work, really?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have
Nick,
a,
you
I
gotta
have a
get
night.
better guy
I have
to
a night.
fucking moderate your Discord.
Therapy's-
Holy shit.
Therapy's a night job. I have a day job too. We don't talk about it much.
Oh no. Oh no. No.
Alright, one
yeah-
last thing, Nick.
Yeah, what's
before
up?
I fucking get yeeted off of here.
Yeah, get the yeet out. What's up,
Oh
buddy?
no, fuck. Okay. The first thing, I had an idea and I wanted to know what you think of this statement. Government is not to create paradise, but to prevent hell. What do you think of that?
I think that's how it should be. I don't think that's how it is.
But you think that's how it should be, like you said.
Yeah,
I
well,
think that's how it should be too.
here so I've been, because I'm a fucking nerd, I've been listening to all these Supreme Court interviews lately, and I keep coming back to
You are a nerd.
I know. I keep coming back to Scalia, though, and one thing he says consistently in all of these interviews about the Constitution, this is really important. I'm going to be hammering on this in the next week, probably, on the shows, but what he keeps coming back to is this idea that the Constitution is what a democratic society decided to remove from democracy. Okay? Like, your right to bear arms isn't subject to a democratic vote. Your right to free speech isn't subject to a democratic vote. And so he says, this is why these things are important, because we have, some level of democracy. Maybe it's through a representative republic like we have, and that's great, but they removed these things, the Bill of Rights, from the democratic process. And I think that plays into what you're saying is because when you remove something from the vote, you remove something from majority rule, you're saying this is the minimum we need to not be a shithole, is to remove
like my problem,
these things and set them aside.
My problem is that people think that Trump is going to make America great again. They think that, and then you got these retards on the left who are like, oh, Biden's going to save America from fucking evil Nazi Trump. And it's like, regardless of who gets into the position of the presidency, fundamentally, it does matter to an extent, but it's all fucking wrong. And I think people just need to remember, it's like, if you want to actually make a difference in the world, it's not going to be necessarily through government. It's just through interpersonal relationships and not being an asshole.
I would say in the past couple centuries, the overwhelming number of people who have had the most influence have been outside of government. You're talking about their families may have gone into government afterwards, but you're talking about your Vanderbilts, your Carnegies, the people who built America specifically. When we're talking in the West, they did it outside of the government. They did it in the market. The market is where the impact is. And if you look today, does anybody really think that Nancy Pelosi holds more power than Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or Jack Kant?
Retards.
Yeah, I mean, so I think what you're saying is right. Like it's not in government that this stuff happens. Government is there to prevent hell in some level, but where Trump isn't going to make America great again through the function of government. Trump can make America great again by getting America out of the way of the market, in my opinion.
So
does that make
just
sense?
Secure your Trump vote? Is that what we just did here?
No, I think Trump has been securing my Trump vote over the past 4 years. He's been doing a very good job. And I will literally not decide until I'm in the booth on November 2nd or whatever it is. But right now I'm leaning heavily towards.
Oh, but you can't go to the booth. You got to mail in vote because of COVID.
No, I go to the. I'm gonna go to the booth. I'm gonna shit on their. I'm gonna shit on their goddamn table, and I'm gonna piss in their fucking mouth.
That's hot.
But no, no.
Only if they have a feminine penis.
Because here's the thing. As a non-Trump voter in 2016 and very wary of his authoritarianism, and this is again how he campaigned. You can't blame me for how he campaigned in 2016. He campaigned as an authoritarian, and I'm anti that. However, he hasn't ruled that way. And so long as he keeps that up through election day, so long as he doesn't put in some weird draconian authoritarian measures, he's got my vote. But I'm watching him through election day as a cautious former non-Trump voter. I'm very likely to vote for Trump at this election. I just am. And outside of some really unpredictable behavior, I will. So, but I don't like to say I definitely will, because he could do something weird in the next 2 weeks that makes me not do it. It's just unlikely.
What would he have to do to make you not vote for him?
I can't even imagine what it would be. But if he did some sort of weird, like if he tried to shut down the press in some way, like literally, and this was a genuine fear in 2016, because he said he was going to start maybe applying defamation law and jailing journalists and stuff like that. It's like, okay, that's weird. He hasn't done it. Obama kind of did a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, Obama actually did do that.
Trump kind of teased it, but then he didn't do it. If he goes and like arrests CNN the night before the election, or if he puts out an executive order shutting down the broadcast of polling stuff, like, okay, at
that point, you don't really even have to worry about voting. Like, that's not even an issue at that point.
Right. So what I'm saying is that the things he would have to do are either so lunatic that they're outside of my current conception, or they're literally something I haven't thought of at this point. That's where I am. But
you know what I think's going to happen?
I'm a lawyer, so I can't say definitely to anything.
I think the October surprise that we're going to get, other than Hunter Biden's fucking emails, is aliens. That's my crazy, wacky, kooky conspiracy theory with my roommate at this point.
Trump's gonna drop the alien bombs.
Yeah, we're gonna get Space Force to like fuck up some aliens, and it's gonna be awesome. Like, that's the October surprise.
That'd be the best.
And then this whole coof thing has been like preparing us for the alien disease.
That'd be the best fucking surprise. I hope it happens.
That's my theory. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thank you for calling in, man. It's been a pleasure.
God bless you, Nick.
Yeah.
I just want to say one last thing.
What's that?
Guys, there was this one guy in the waiting room chat who didn't think that Jesus existed like as a historical figure.
Okay.
He did, right? Also, I just want to say Jesus loves all of you. And I'm gonna simp for Jesus real
Not
quick.
me.
Look,
No, he loves
Pliny.
you.
Like what I do.
Look,
He loves
Pliny.
you.
Pliny the
He loves all of
Younger.
us.
Pliny the Younger, a non-Christian, non-Jewish historian, contemporary
man.
to Jesus, wrote about Jesus existing. Like thinking, like you can think that Jesus maybe didn't do some of the stuff that's in the Bible. That's fine, but thinking he's not a historical figure that existed. I mean, he did. He's in writings. He's in contemporary writings. As much as any other historical figure has existed, Jesus did.
Yeah. Also, don't hate black people or Jews. Don't be a fucking racist. All right, that's all I got.
Sounds good, man.
All right, see you later, man.
All right, peace.
Good talking to you. Have a good one.
Get out! Do I have to kick you? Oh my god, you're getting kicked. Get out of here. God damn it.
Kick him.
Okay. Okay. Now I need to do the chats and then we have to go. We have to get out of
No
here.
problem.
It's way late. I'm sorry to keep you so late, Ken.
No, you're never. Trust me. I would be gone if I didn't want to be here.
Nova Zero says
I would buy Felicia you.
we need a rule with Emergency Act where if I read that one. God damn it. Dustin Olson says breaking news. Second whistleblower confirms receiving Hunter Biden email. Confirms big guy refers to Joe Biden receiving millions. Breitbart top article. You guys go check that out. Bad Vibes says, oh yeah, sweet karma. She is slow, but when she arrives, enjoy it. What you put out, you get back. Don't let your karma run over your dogma. I don't even know what any of that means. Break This Story says, this Fordham story is such a nothing burger that you might have your fingers cut off for looking into it. They need you to believe that it's about that gun, about being anti-gun. This is about Tiananmen Square. Nick Fordham has years of ties to the CCP. No, I believe it. It's bullshit. I need to reach out to Austin and see if he'd come on the show. Night of Hope X says, about those BLM political actors being nihilistic, apathetic. That's partially about identity, like a gang or a cult. Yes. Thank you for articulating that for me. These people have empty lives. They don't identify with family, religion, or country. The lack of belonging trades in for a political jersey. Ken, in just a minute, can you talk about what your perception of is the importance of having a priest or a religion? And in the absence of that, people will ascribe to an idea as their religion. Is that?
I would say that that's a pretty decent kind of describer. Like personally, I'm not religious. I would technically classify myself as an atheist, but I also recognize the importance of religion and kind of like a structured moral value system for people.
Sure.
Because they're not necessarily, because I've been told before, I can't have a moral system for being an atheist.
That's not true.
Disagree.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
I think what the super chatter was saying regarding the different groups is these are people who are kind of latching on to kind of a collective identity because you're replacing kind of like, we used to be really more communal as like neighbors, and we used to know our neighbors and have smaller circles, and now everyone's kind of disconnected, and the real human contact you get is at these protests or at these events.
Right.
And it's not just a text message. It's not just, you think you're doing something, you think you're participating in something that matters when you might not really be.
I was talking
to understand the underlying.
I was talking to a guy the other day. He's older than me. He's an artist, a very successful artist. I own some of his art. And believe me, it's not cheap. The guy does well, right? And he was talking, he's also very pro-Trump. Like he is on the right of political issues. But he was talking to me about the 60s. Okay. And he was at the University of Minnesota in the 60s. He's actually one of the guys on stage at the U of M burning his draft card, right? Like on camera.
Damn.
Like this guy, dodged the draft. He burned his card on camera in protest. And I was like, man, that's crazy. And he's like, you know, there's a difference then between then and now. He's like, one, he's like, we all thought as college students that the Vietnam War was bullshit. He said, two, that's where all the chicks were. And those two things seemed equally weighted in his story. Is like, yeah, Vietnam was bullshit, but that's also where the women were. And so he, that was the thing. He's up on stage. He's talking about liberating the student hall or whatever they did. And I was like, I got the opinion you didn't really care about the fucking protest. He was identifying with the people at the time. And one, I mean, he didn't want to go to war, and who fucking did, right? Like most people didn't want to go to war, and some people just did go, and others didn't. But the women were there. The crowd was there. He was telling me about these protests. He's like, they were the party. That was the college party, was where the protest was. There weren't parties in the dorms and the frat houses. It was literally just wherever the protest was. That's where the party was. That's where the beer was. That's where the women were. That's where the music was. That's what they did. And I think what you're saying is very true. That these these people are finding their social interaction in these places.
Yeah, it's interesting to view from my perspective because, I have my own political beliefs or whatever, but seeing how people are buying into things, with and when challenged will refuse any counter evidence, kind of what we've seen with like Ron, with all the shit that we've seen with Ron. And even when you put factual evidence in front of him or in front of the person, they refuse to be it. It's like the people who will do anything to be opposite of Trump. Like if Trump cured cancer tomorrow, they would say curing cancer is bad for the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter. And that's what's sad because they're not challenging themselves. They're setting themselves up for failure, in my opinion.
So I'm reading the waiting room chat, and there was some weird thing that happened. I'm trying to figure out. Some guy
with this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, there was something that happened in one of the waiting rooms. I guess there was a Spurg in there a while.
He said he saw Nick's wife at some event in Canada. That was probably Kitchener. He also went on at length when he read a super chat about Tiananmen Square about how Nick was going to get banned off of YouTube for mentioning it. Okay, cool.
We missed a good caller.
I wish I knew what that was about. That sounds funny. Damn it. Okay, let me keep reading these. Okay, there's a bunch from Night of Hopex, so I'm going to read all of them in a row. He says, worth mentioning that whole waifu thing is just a joke, man. There's no such thing as a marriage outside of a loving, monogamous relationship. Got to work on your people skills, make new friends, and meet people based on them liking being around you. If you want to go on dates and you don't have a skill for meeting people, join Toastmasters, go work out, go to church, learn how to sing or play guitar, perform at bars or parties. You'll broaden your personality, learn how to be liked, and create opportunities. Whatever you do, don't talk about yourself or your friend's waifu or anything you've heard or seen on the internet. If you're going to fit in around real people, start completely over. Don't be too nice, but just be friendly and find a circle to be in. That's my advice for relationships. I wish you luck. Wish I could follow up, but you'll make it, buddy. Thank you, Night of Hopex, for sending that in. The Pie Baker says...
Good super chat.
Says, just going to say, I saw an ad for Adblock on YouTube. Is it irony or hypocrisy? Oh, that's beautiful. Adblock is brilliant for doing that. Adrian Valderas says, going to be listening to the replay later. By the time you read this, if it's past midnight, then it'll be my birthday. Keep up the great work, Nick. God bless. Adrian, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you wake up to this happy birthday message.
Yeah, happy birthday.
No one important says, voted for Trump, 4 more years of SJW tears. Honestly, that's enough reason for me at this point. Batgoat says, my computer is shit and I can't send chats. This is a test. Well, it came through. Thank you. Andrew War Snowboard says, odds Minnesota flips red. 1 to 10. 1 to 10 odds. But let's, never tell me the odds. No one important says, did you get that article I DM'd you about Marky and her stunning and brave stance of changing scripts because she has a vagina? Thoughts? Yeah, we kind of covered that on Erica McCord's piece, but I want to talk about it more. Not right now. My thoughts are, shut up, you whiny bitch. You branded yourself this way. Fuck off. Omeow Comic says, do you like bards? Yes. Oi, Bardic Fury 4, the Banshee Vale horror show, back, is live now on Indiegogo, Selkies, Druids, and Bards. Stay tuned for Bardic Fury. He also says, a bard in Iron Age Ireland gets sent to a village that never heard music before. Back, oi, Bardic Fury 4, the Banshee Vale horror show on Indiegogo. There you go, guys. Go check it out. Sounds like a gas. Channel 7111 says, lol, hey, Nick, court sides with California GOP over ballot boxes. Of course it does. It's what Democrats have been doing for years. Of course it does. Moist John says,
what was that case about?
The GOP has set up ballot boxes all over California. And they said, some of them said official ballot drop-off box and others said ballot box. And as far as I could tell, they didn't disagree with the statute. I talked about it the other day, and then
okay.
According to this person, the court says the same thing. And I mean, the statute distinguishes a specific type of ballot drop-off location, and it says nothing about these ballot boxes. So it's great. I think it's fantastic. The GOP's doing it. It's not hypocrisy. If your opponent's been doing it the whole time, you just change your mind. Say, well, can't beat him, join him. Moist John says, the ATF has been pushing for arm braces to be NFA items recently with a 531 Second Amendment court. What do you think will happen with this and AWB 2.0? I'm really hoping if ACB gets on the bench that we get a Second Amendment case at some point. Right now,
several cases right now.
Yeah, right now, the odds are we won't hear a Second Amendment case for at least another couple of years. I mean, that's the way they've been treating it. It's been over a decade. Or it's been...
I think once they get...
It's been a decade now.
A solid 6-3, though. I think it'll make it easier for... Because they'll be able to get cert really easy because all you need is 4.
Yeah.
And then you get that 5th vote.
And then, yeah, you can let Roberts be a bitch. You can let Roberts be a bitch and just vote with the liberals. Oh, God. Fuck off.
Ruth Bader Roberts.
Yeah. Attica Ray, but the problem is when it's 5-4, I bet he won't vote with them. I bet he'll vote 6-3.
You think he'd go 6-3 though?
I think
even
he does.
On a gun case he doesn't like.
I think Roberts, once he has once they have a 5-4 majority without Roberts, I think he starts going 6-3 because I think his legacy matters too much to him, and I think he wants to be on the winning side.
Well, the 6-3 also looks better for the ruling itself. It makes it more solidified, kind of.
It does, and I think that's where Roberts is, though. I think he wants to flip the court 5-4 in some instances, but I think ultimately he wants to be on the winning side, and he wants to either cast or support that winning vote. And I think having a bunch of 6-3 decisions will be better for the court's legacy than having a bunch of 5-4 decisions. Because I hate
seeing 5-4s.
If every decision in the Roberts courts is 5-4, it looks controversial. If a bunch of decisions are 6-3, 7-2, it looks better. So that's my opinion. Yeah. And I think Roberts got way too concerned with legacy back in 2012, and I think that's what's made him a shitty Chief Justice personally.
Oh yeah.
But that's me. Attica Ray says, calling it Wuhan virus isn't bigoted at all. Taiwanese and Hong Kongese people who oppose the CCP also call it that. The speech policing is commie propaganda. I agree. Gawker's Death Rattle says, RE YouTube startups. Any experiment of interest in life will be carried out at your own expense. That's a quote from John Wilmot. And that's a very important quote. That's how all business is. No one important says, Jamie, I'm powerful, strong woman who's here to stay. Also, Jamie, help, I'm being harassed and I'll get fired if I say anything. Wah. Yeah, she can fuck right off. Death Trout says, everyone who speaks English should watch this show. I agree. I agree, Death Trout.
Agreed.
Andrew War Snowboard says, Trump should just clothesline CNN again. Viden the Cold One, thank you for the chat. And he says, hey, Nick, can you say, happy birthday, Andrew wore snowboard. Congrats on one step closer to shuffling off your mortal coil. Yes, happy birthday, Andrew.
Happy
I won't
birthday.
call you War Snowboard because you know I know your actual name. Happy birthday, Andrew. You are now one step closer to shuffling off this mortal coil, tearing down the curtain, and joining the bleeding choir invisible. You will be an X person. All right, buddy. I hope that helps you with the thing. That's it. Thank you guys for joining in. Thank you to Mr. Ken Jennings.
No, it's always a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's been great. We'll do this again sometime soon. Remember, tomorrow is the third and final presidential debate. Friday will be Keon and Drexel. Mr. Peacock, fuck! Mr. Peacock and Drexel. Maybe someone else, I don't know, but definitely Mr. Peacock and Drexel. And then next Friday, big brain panel. So far, we've got Peacock, we've got Josh. Hopefully, we'll have Mr. Birch and maybe another lawyer or two. Yes, Ty will be with me tomorrow as well for the presidential debate. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. No outro tonight. Come over to Twitch. We're doing Bride of Reanimator. I know it's late. We'll probably only do one movie. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Peace, everyone.